Did Jim Stewart take off?
I don't know. He was back there.
I don't see him. Well, I guess there's a jacket still.
Yeah, so that's the one. So I just logged in and see it. Yeah, so but if you send it to my open campus, well, and it could be because you're already authenticated as that person here, right? And if you were not authenticated, you weren't already logged into the account. Well, that's how it works, though, right, but if you're not, and you click on my link, to share a document, it will send you to Google's authentication site, and you have to log in twice. Okay, so I don't know. So let me, right, so here I'm going to sign out. Yeah, no, you're good. So sign out and then click on the link and share the PDF. Well, or you can't because let me just share it with you. For us, it's got a lot of states. So the address when no, they have their So maybe that's our answer. In order for it to work, you have to use people's emails. The problem is not into it. We don't know people's emails.
So, yeah, it was right.
That one didn't like is associated with the user account, but the email is associated with the user tomorrow. So it means in there it's it takes them to a login page, unless they're already authenticated. Takes them to a login page.
For Westnet.
They log in, they log in and say, oh, you are huge here.
You're here.
If they're using different emails. I know there are using like your Rams is the same email as you're using the same email. Maybe that's probably
Oh, yeah, you do that.
I don't know.
And I know there's also 400
Hey, so
Yeah, it's
part of that is. Yeah, she's the one.
yeah, go.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Well, I tried my mission card. Yeah. I don't get it. Oh my God. Just with a vision of 23 years. I mean, just go ahead and say, know about it. They've been actually They don't have to know like us. It's either Weaver or Sled, which is going first.
Yeah.
Classes.
It's funny, even on the big events though, where the big cell was, oh, we're gonna be able to do events easier. It's just confusing sometimes, never driven up to the television scan. So you gotta pay an individual for about an hour to stand there to do right by the gate, so that they can just get it, switch around. Yeah, there's a lot of it. It's not that big. So, sure.
Okay.
Where you at?
Do you know earlier?
All right, so you're gonna do this. You're gonna do this now, right? Then we're gonna
Take hot out there too.
And then Brad. Let's see. So let's put you last time.
We're always tending to be cooler. We have population. We have snow on both sides.
No, I downloaded. I say no, I downloaded.
Is it close?
Just like it's on the side, Logan on the side.
Which one? Yeah.
There's a ton of these. Okay, we're doing some shifting around on agendas. So Scott, you're gonna be last with the day most likely. Is that gonna be okay?
No.
Unless we really move it along, and then Brad will be last, but we'll see. All right, so I need a formal dinner count. We're going to go to the Market Street Grill, which is about 1.5 miles away from here.
I've never been to this one.
Most of us have been to the one that's in downtown, and it is good. It's seafood. They have like fresh oysters, that kind of stuff. Good seafood. I mean, we'll stay with the seafood theme. You know, we're in the aquarium. We'll kind of move with that. All right, so we can't do shorthand.
We need to get there before 7, otherwise you can't get there early for a special. You can either go salmon or fish and chips.
I think we're going to do 6:30, right?
Yeah.
6:30. We got to leave here at 6.
Yeah, we have to.
Well, we have to be out of here by 6 anyway, so we need to just go straight there.
It's only 15 minutes.
So,
8 minutes away. I just remember. Sorry.
all right, Barry, you count. Who's going to dinner tonight? Raise your hands high, keep them up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, 10, 11, 12.
So there's 2 lines.
No one here.
Counting it as.
Okay. Did you get my count? Did you get me?
Oh, 12, 13. I'm not sure I counted very well.
Jim was probably.
All right, so make it for 15.
Okay.
And we'll coordinate cars later. All right, Kelly's up. We're doing some reorganizing, so don't assume the agenda has anything.
All right. We'll talk fast. We'll get us back on schedule.
All right, I'll be in touch.
Okay, so I've been tasked to lead a panel. So I'd like to thank my panel colleagues up here with me on campus network core speeds of greater than 10 gigabit. Is this strategic or inevitable? And as you can note, there's a nice interesting Westnet attribute that I just barely talked about, encouraging you to participate in Westnet presentations, but maybe I should say be careful what topics you do suggest, because otherwise you may be leading a panel of one. Now, so let me ask again, are any of you doing faster than 10 gig speed, bandwidth speeds in your core of your networks? All right. After my presentation, we'll ask you to stand up and tell us what you're doing. Okay. I think also we have UC Boulder on the schedule, but they're not here. They're not here, so.
We have plans, but we haven't done it yet.
Okay. All right. So last January, Marla asked for topics. I suggested that since we have been having questions about our core network upgrades, I'd like to know more about the experiences of other institutions. So in true Westnet fashion, I was assigned to lead the panel on greater than 10 gig campus networking. In April, I invited Westnet institutions who have greater than 10 gig connections in their core to volunteer for participation. As you can guess, I received no volunteers. So thus I conclude that There are no institutions in the Westnet are utilizing link speeds greater than 10 gig. Otherwise, it would be panel members up here. Now, I recognize that the U has those speeds. We'll get them up here just in a minute. Only in Westnet can we have a presentation that no one is doing anything about by a presenter that knows nothing about it. That's the way I feel right now. Since we haven't had any, all we've been doing is analyzing. Well, let me just share that with you in kind of an introduction, and we'll hear from an institution that does do greater than 10 gig networking, and we'll see what the real scoop is. Okay, recently our network engineers, in fact we have 2 of them here, are have been cautioning us about the inevitability of having faster link speeds in our core. This is really due to the growing link speeds that are being connected at the edge of our network. And that's a good reason, because that's typically been our design premise. As we increase the speeds at the edge, then we increase the data rates in the core. And recently we've had, I think the College of Engineering has asked for a 10 gig connection at the edge to the campus network. So we've historically, as probably you have done, followed the established design principle of, hold on a second, I got to get rid of my little thing over here. There we go. We have 10 megabit at the edge. We have 100 meg at the core. Dave.
When someone asks for 10 gig, do you put them through a rigorous reasoning why? Or do you just, is it just they provide funding?
Well, we have actually. I mean, we have asked the question, why do you need this? I mean, and it's not necessarily at this stage. It's not necessarily because we have some grand application to traverse the core at 10 gig. Rather, it is to consolidate to a server farm at, as the desktop connection becomes standard 1 gig connections, then they are doing pretty much the same thing, right? They're consolidating their link speeds to their servers at 10 gig. So they're connecting to the campus network, expecting a flow of data to their server. But that doesn't preclude that with a 10 gig pipe out of a server room, the server could utilize it to go somewhere else, right? So that's been our concern. But your point's well taken. It's kind of back to that policy issue. You establish a policy and rates go up, right? Rates of connection. 100 meg at the edge, we typically put a gig in the core. This is, I'm sure you're following the same pattern. We start putting gig connections at the edge, we've had 10 gig at the core. So if we start putting 10 gig at the edge, what do we put in the core? And that's been our dilemma to discuss. So in addition, I've noticed that Internet 2, after they've recently upgraded their network to 200 gig, many of their backbone links, then we start getting quotes from vendors that sound something like this. Quote, Internet 2 recommends that research campuses deploy 100 gigabit Ethernet along with software-defined networking and a science DMZ and a configuration that it calls the innovation platform. Now that's the first time I've seen a sentence that's had all 3 acronyms in the same sentence. 100 gigabit Ethernet, SDN, and science DMZ.
Let me guess, Brocade supplies you that.
Sure. At a price. So clearly the questions are starting to come out. That's probably why engineering college is saying we need 10 gig at the edge so that we can take advantage of those 100 gig links that you're going to provide at the core and to Internet 2. So we've been following the following line of questions. Basically, should we continue this design pattern of orders of magnitude greater capacity in the core of the network? It's what we've done in the past historically. Does it hold water into the future? Or should we use our traditional or typical analytical methods and determine what's the best time to increase core network capacity? And in my opinion, what that generalizes to, should we design IT systems for just in case or just in time? And I think that's what we're facing, I believe, with campus networks now. And historically in the past, we've kept up with just in case. Now the question is how do we design a campus network just in time? And it's not a trivial solution, in my opinion. College of Engineering case in point. So here's an analysis, back of the envelope analysis that Todd and I did. And I had to give credit to Todd. So if it's If it's totally up in the night, he gave me bad data. If it's spot on, why I'm presenting it, right? All right, here's some general costs of high-speed Ethernet ports from a well-known mainstream manufacturer with all of its interconnecting accessories like GBICs and so on. So 10 gigabit Ethernet ports, $758. 40 gig port is $81.25, and 100 gig port is $23,750. Seems like a fairly steep growth of costs. But if we were to turn this into cost per megabit for each one of these connections, the 10 gigabit Ethernet port is 8 cents per megabit, 20 cents for 40 gig, and 24 cents for 100 gig. So you have to look at saying, well, considering the growth in bandwidth between cards, the bandwidth actually grows faster than the cost per megabit. And that's what that analysis does. And here's the graphic that shows that. Here's the growth in bandwidth from 10 to 40 to 100, and here's the growth in cost. So it certainly looks like these higher speed links are cost effective, right? So what's the flaw in this analysis?
Demand. Is there a demand for either one?
All right. Is there demand for it? It's one thing to go out and say, man, I can get 100 gig Ethernet at such a most effective rate, but do we really need it? Right? Do we really need to have that kind of bandwidth? Currently, no current BYU link, this is in the core, exceeds 20 to 30% of its rated link speed. Now that's anecdotal. It's when you're looking at it, right? We haven't necessarily done a very close analysis of that. But
one other factor too, and that's the efficiency that the higher bandwidth gives you.
Okay, and I think what you're talking about is probably the transfer ratio. That's right. So let me get to that in just a second here. In addition, no single session throughput exceeds 101 gigabit per second today because that's the link speeds at the edge, right? So at least a single session can't exceed 100 gigabit connection. Many hosts can sustain high bandwidth demands. I have a little host at home that can do that, interesting enough, that connection through Google Fiber. And latency is still the real enemy of throughput. And so with all those issues, that still causes us to question, is now the time for that bandwidth? The point Mark's making is that there may be more than just, do we need the bandwidth? This is, do we need to have the speed? Still, at this stage, the laws of physics still apply, that a 100 gigabit circuit will transmit a packet 10 times faster than a 10 gigabit circuit, right? And typically, that's the need for that obviously shows up in queuing of packets. If we really have more bandwidth, more data to transmit than we've got bandwidth to consume, then we'll start queuing. And I'm not sure that we know that yet. At least for right now, the only anecdotal data we have is we haven't seen any. When we look, we haven't seen any link speeds that seem to be congested. Yes, Brian.
So doesn't matter what you just said there. I mean, 1 megabit won't transport any faster on a 1 gigabit circuit or on a 100 gigabit circuit.
It actually does.
So it actually
I'm talking
faster
about
than the
transmit time
rate of speed.
The transmit time at 100 gigabits is 10 times faster than the transmit time of a packet at 10 gigabits.
Okay.
That's just the time, the transmission time of the interface. So
Isn't it that you can cram more into that time slice?
yeah, if you had a fixed time slice, let's say you had a microsecond, you can put more packets at 100 gigabit in that microsecond than you can at 10 gigabits.
But if your 1 megabit is a serial transmit, you're saying that 100 megabit is faster transmit speed than 1 gigabit.
That's right.
Okay.
That's actually in its name. 100 megabits per second versus 10 megabits per second.
Doesn't mean that the edge devices can
Doesn't mean they
accept
can't.
it that
It's
fast.
the link speed. That's the laws of physics. Right? So that may be an issue as well. Now, I don't know if that's our case. We don't have any data to show that. And I think we need to obviously get some data to show some of these other issues as well. But it is a real concern. And I think the bigger issue is we have decided to defer at least this year. We're going to defer our core bandwidth growth for another year. Probably preferring to put our capital investment into a better firewall paradigm, something we know a bit more about. We can't afford them both. And so, at least at this stage, that's where we'll put money this year. But for next year, we need to do a better job of monitoring our demand for core bandwidth. Right now, our observations are a bit anecdotal. We may impose some session throughput limits, possibly. In the meantime, if a few 10 gig connections become too demanding, it is possible to say, I'm sorry, but even though you've got a 10 gig pipe, we're not going to allow sessions greater than a certain throughput rate. We haven't had to impose that yet. Scott?
So just an observation on your second bullet, what you talked about before was observed utilization on a link as opposed to demand for bandwidth. In our campus, we have a lot of people that are just FedExing data because you can't send that much data faster than FedEx can get it there in a box.
That's right. That's right. So the demand is, I don't know that we can measure that very well, because that's
just talk to your
some researchers.
Yeah.
Pie in the sky dream, I guess. But we can look at link speed, link utilizations, and we can look at queuing. If we see that core links are being consumed, then what's the queue size behind those links to get some feel as to what the demand really is. Other comments? Dave?
Have you thought about doing like a science DMZ and separating the highest speed people from the pedestrians?
We are. I'll talk about that in just a second here. Bob?
I was going to say that we have researchers that think the network's slow, but it's their protocols that are really slow. And, science DMZ and 100 gigabit connection network won't make any difference because the bottleneck is in the protocol.
Right.
The hardware sometimes.
I think I actually mentioned that somewhere here. Actually, I think that's the next one here. TCP is still self-limiting, right? That once congestion starts to happen in a TCP session, then it by itself starts to cut back on its own throughput, and that that can kind of cascade. Video, though it's growing on our network, doesn't appear to tax our core at this stage. We have a lot of Netflix bandwidth, as probably you do as well, Netflix utilization. But at this stage, at least our anecdotal observations of the core is that it doesn't seem to be taxed. So what about this innovation platform that Internet 2 is touting? Well, we are building a science DMZ, currently on 10 gigabit technology. So we, as do others of you, are setting aside some of these high speed demand researchers into a zone, if you will, that's largely void of firewall. That's at least at this stage. That's the first thing we want to do is let's reduce as much as possible all of the bottlenecks that we might have imposed by firewalling, traffic limiting, web filtering, those kinds of things, and create some alternate lanes, if you will, to the border. We'll be watchful of whether or not this bandwidth is supply that's in the DMZ will meet the demand. So that's another area of study this next year. And we can't currently afford 100 gigabit service Internet 2, so currently the DMZ will be somewhat self-limiting itself, right? We use University of Utah as our supplier of services through UEN, and they're connected to level 3, which connects us then to Internet 2. And so we're somewhat self-limiting by the amount of bandwidth that we can afford to UEN in some sense. Okay, so that brings me, I think, to our design paradigm. This just-in-time principle, rather than just-in-case. Are there still places where just-in-case is preferred? Well, Todd's going to talk to you about we're doing just-in-case with wireless. In some sense, just in worst case, right? That if we fill a classroom and we expect all those individuals to be bringing 3 devices in the room, then we can still provide them wireless capability. So that's a great example of just in case. But it's darned expensive, as Todd talked about. So we're continuing that, at least in that particular issue. So how do we do just in time, just in time? And I throw that question out to the group. How do we do that level of provisioning when the engineering college really does need it? How do we get it in place just in time? Yes.
It's a constant challenge for us as a research institution to be involved in the grant proposals process. Traditionally, they come to us after they've committed a million things for $15,000 that they've committed to get done in the next 2 weeks. And so more and more, we're trying to get IT members formally sitting in the sponsored programs offices, in other areas, on all of the committees in the existing research workflow, so that we can't only get a heads up very early in the ideas process, but inject formal realism throughout.
Even the branch development process, it sounds like, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, because that's one of the things that's helping us direct our compass as to where we should be making investments, where are we seeing types of requests. And too often, we're shocked at the amount of assumptions people make as they go through that process in the commitments we make. So kind of getting us out of the wiring closets and into the formal workflow.
So needs assessment is getting into the office of
important.
researchers and their leadership. You've got that people sitting there that not only can understand what they're talking about.
Yeah.
These are not necessarily technical people.
That's right.
Needs assessors or
That's right.
relationship managers.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, good. Other comments? Mark?
Yeah, I totally agree, because most of the time we're kind of blindsided. If a new research program comes along or something that requires, one day it just shows up on the network, and there's no pre-planning, no pre-knowledge of that's coming down the pipe. So.
Right. So many times, the first indication is YouTube finally saying, hey, all of a sudden this link got saturated. What happened?
Yeah.
Okay, what else? Yes?
You mentioned your links are 20 to 30% utilized.
That spikes. Okay.
What are your rule of thumb for when you consider a link to be needed to be upgraded?
Well, considering the data is kind of anecdotal at this stage, I don't know we've got a need right now. But if we had data that showed, over a longer period of time what its utilization was, quite frankly, I think sustained for more than 50% is probably a saturated link. I mean, the old rule of thumb was 70, right? 50 is probably as good as you can get, in my opinion, and that's all.
My answer to that question is very similar to yours. 50% is when you order it, and you hope you get it in before 75% hits or something.
Right, good. Right.
When we were doing the next generation network buildings, that was our rule of thumb. Is when we're there doing the work, we saw time to work was crossing over 50%. We were just going to go ahead and.
Right, and that was our upgrade from 1 gig to 10 gig. So that kind of worked out reasonably well for that in a just-in-time fashion.
So you don't have historical data that says your bandwidth doubles every 18 months kind of thing?
We don't. Okay, other comments, questions? Yes, Eric?
We do track that historically across our links, and that becomes really, really handy in the governance boards for justifying trends and just keeping some data points over a period of.
We've had it on the edge. We just haven't had it on the core network, mainly for the difficulty of collecting the data.
Yeah.
Okay, University of Utah. You want to take a minute and tell us what you have?
I guess you could do it now. Sure. Want me to come up there?
Wherever you'd like, wherever you feel comfortable.
One more comment while he's coming up. We've made a huge investment in a really flexible fiber infrastructure. And so we've had certain on-demand cases where, let's just pull them off the network and we'll give them some direct fiber, pieces from A to Z. Fiber, when you're putting in physical work, is so dirt cheap to put in more fiber than you need that saved our bacon a lot. Have a really flexible physical infrastructure. We can snap electronics on and off without having to go through all the components in between.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Trevor Long. I'm with the University of Utah. I'm fairly new to the network operations group, but I will do my best to answer any questions. Where we're at right now is we do have 100 gig in the core. We also have a Science DMZ that is also 100 gig, and we're fortunate enough that the 100 goes right out through UEN to Internet 2, I believe. We're also running 40 gig to our wireless controllers. What we've noticed is that wireless, and you've probably seen this too, is wireless is taking a huge upshot. So kind of in connection with Kelly, right? What Kelly's mentioned about the pattern you see with what's at the edge in the desktop to what's in the core, we're actually finding that more and more devices are becoming wireless. So at what point do we see these number of edge ports start to diminish and wireless become a lot more used than desktops? For myself, since I got in this position, I have not connected to an Ethernet port in 8+ months now, and it's been just fine. I haven't had any problems. And how often are we going to see that across all of our campuses, is that fewer and fewer wired ports are actually going to be in use by the end user, and wireless becomes more and more significant on our network. We have seen that some 100 gig links are being completely saturated. So we have quite a few requests for 10 gig, and right off the bat we know that these will be highly utilized. Groups like genetics is one example where already they saturate their 1 gig link and desperately need 10. And we do have a few other colleges that are in the same boat where very quickly they will take advantage of a 10 gig link quite fast. Do you have any questions that I could answer?
So what's driving the 100 megabit or the 100 gigabit? And what are you seeing, spikes of utilization justifying the investment?
I can only answer that to a small degree. The project was started and is basically wrapping up since I got here. But I know that one of the justifications was to be forward-thinking and proactive to get ahead of demand. They were finding that the 10 gig was already starting to be oversaturated, and hence they decided to go right for the 100 and skip 40. Any other questions?
Any other institutions have any? Thanks very much.
Yeah, you bet.
Any other institutions have anything? Okay, that's all I've got.
No, I will note, I think CU Boulder is running 40 gig in their background. They just aren't here.
Okay, all right.
We certainly monitor it, but we're in the situation you are. We run multiple 10s in a lot of locations, which gives us more flexibility. So we actually run about 60 gigs, but we just don't run it in an aggregated 40 or 100 because it's a lot cheaper to aggregate 10s than to buy 40 or 100 right now. So, all right, thank you, Kelly. All right, so hopefully we have Steve.
So I can see some content. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great.
All right, if you really want to know how to not end up on a Westnet agenda due to a horrible email error on my part, which causes a lot of interesting things in my life. Steve just got sort of invited because I sent to the wrong Steve. And then Steve said, oh, well, I could talk about this topic. And I said, dandy. So he didn't even mean to get involved. He didn't even know what Westnet was, but because I typed in the wrong Steve, I tell you.
She's got a friend named Kelly.
And if you feel bad, poor Bob Morrison constantly gets emails for me from Bob Meyer, and it goes, Morrison.
All over private parties.
Yep. He really finds out about what I'm doing late at night. So beware if your name matches somebody else's. And now I'm on Google, and it's really filling to weird things. So somebody who's named Jerry is getting a lot of email to my husband, who's now Gerald, on the Google. So thank you for doing this, Steve. We appreciate it.
Sure thing.
you're in Fort Collins, I assume?
Yes, that's right.
All right. So it's all yours.
Steve, do you know how to share your slides on Google Hangouts?
We're going to try it right now.
All right.
So just a brief introduction. My name is Steve Lovas, not Steve Lovax, as the initial invite went. I'm the IT security manager for the CSU campus, and going to be trying to launch. Do you see the slide?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, so it turns out that some of what was mentioned in the previous presentation will look fairly similar to this, so I might end up retooling some of my presentation on the fly here to minimize things that have already been said. But the initial invitation said security on a DMZ, and I thought that's kind of an interesting topic. What on earth do they mean by that? And then it was made clear that indeed this was all about the new concept of this science or research DMZ. But I thought that it would be interesting to jump off into this presentation sort of talking about that confusion between the general notion of a DMZ and what we really mean by the science or research DMZ and how that bears on security. So I think we're all familiar with the general military concept of basically the DMZ sitting between two groups. It belongs to neither one, and by some sort of formal agreement is free of military or other kinds of operations by either side. So when we apply this metaphor to network security, it suggests that
Can you share your second screen, or because right now all we're seeing is the first slide, so we're not seeing the presenter view.
Really? What do you see?
So now we're on slide 2. Is that?
Yes. Should be security on a what?
Yeah.
Is that what you see?
Can you go into presenter view?
Let's see. Yeah, I hit screen share.
And share your whole. If you're doing the full screen presentation, share your whole desktop.
Let's see here. Let's try this again. Whoa! Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, but probably not what we wanted.
Yeah, go ahead and do that, but just open up PowerPoint and show your PowerPoint presentation. So go ahead and do that.
Okay, what do you see?
Right now we just see your video. So do a screen share, show your whole desktop, and then start your PowerPoint.
I believe I did that. So do you now see page 2?
No, we do see your video. So we're not on your screen share anymore. So go back up to the screen share. So it does a toggle when you hit screen share. Either it switches from video to screen share. Okay, now open up PowerPoint. And presenter view.
Yay! Okay, great. So now you should see the second screen?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, so, all right, so we have the basic military approach in which the bad guys are on one side, the safety zone is on the other side, and there's this agreed zone in the middle where neither side has agreed to do nasty things. And then we're thinking about applying this metaphor to network security and creating what we're calling a DMZ. And I honestly think that causes a little bit of confusion that we need to work through as we talk about what we really mean by securing this animal. So here we're talking about, as we heard in the last presentation, getting an elephant through a drinking straw. And the solution that a lot of people have come to, which is that it's simpler, cheaper, and faster to just put the darn thing in a truck than to get it across our network. So the proposal of the Science DMZ, as a lot of people have started deploying it, is about trying to solve that problem and move the elephant through something larger. And so in order to do that, in order to support these multi-terabyte or even petabyte data sets faster than a truck, we've started to look at tuning these dedicated networks for high volume, low latency transfer. And one of the first things to go is the firewall, which slows things down by being session aware and application aware. And so the firewall has basically been jettisoned in favor of intentionally lowered, simpler sorts of approach. But I wonder if we really have to abandon security, and there are some design guides, specifically ESNet has done some wonderful things online, which talk about ways in which you can have some reasonable security on one of these LANs without abandoning security in favor of speed completely. So one of the tasks, of course, is to be able to talk to your security and network architects in language they understand to get the point across of what you mean. So returning to the military notion of a DMZ, you have the outside, the enemy, you have the middle, and you have the home side with some sort of agreement. From the network point of view, it's us versus them, and it's more of a gradation of security from inside to outside with no particular agreement on the inside, but with a cute little policeman hovering around trying to make sure that at least basically no one is throwing a denial of service attack against our research servers or trying to break into them across this very fast low latency link. So then enter the world of networks as we have been deploying them all of these years. The classic DMZ architecture talked about a dangerous public network on one end, a completely inaccessible and highly protected internal network, and then in the middle was the DMZ in the early sort of classical description of a firewall, a screened subnet implemented by a bastion host. This is where you'd put your publicly available services, and there would be strict limitations around what could flow from one end of this pipe to another. The reality of higher ed networks over the years has involved poking holes for all manner of special requests, defending against complaints about breaking the end-to-end model of the internet, being asked to trust our internal users, our faculty, to do to make use of the web properly and safely. And so the result is a piece of Swiss cheese, and almost seems as though the campus LAN itself is the DMZ in the classic description, and that only your carefully firewalled data center could perhaps be classified as a truly private network in the original description. Even then, that only holds if none of the servers can be reached directly from the internet without some sort of proxy or gateway. So we have some ways to separate this world of Swiss cheese, I think, from this new creation that we're talking about, the Science DMZ. And I think the separation has benefits both for the economics of providing the high-end, high-speed, low-latency pipe to researchers, and solving the organic growth of the firewall rule set problem by creating a whole separate thing. So we hear a lot about next generation firewalls. Just a quick word about what I think they mean by that. The early generation firewalls are simple port filters, packet filters based on source and destination port at most. Then the world advanced and we got safer and slower by making session-aware devices. And finally, we've upped the ante for protection and added latency even more by adding these application layer firewalls, the next generation firewall that understands layer 7 protocols and understands and expects user behavior, and will sell you a very expensive box on the notion that they can prevent all manner of attacks. But as those protections increase, you get more CPU involvement, you get more latency, and it becomes much less appropriate for the kind of high-speed research network that we're talking about. So what then shall we do? I'm going to steal directly from the ESNet website for this particular slide, and I almost never post entire quotes and read them, but I think this one is worth taking a look at. At or near the campus or lab's local network perimeter, designed such that the equipment, etc., are optimized for high-performance applications rather, and here's the kicker, for general-purpose systems or enterprise computing. And so I think that's an important thing that we need to keep at the core of our thinking here as we design these things. And I predict it's going to be an issue that we're going to have to defend, is that this is not a place for end-user systems. Even if researcher X has a large data set on her desktop and needs to transfer it to this high-speed environment, that does not equate to researcher X's PC goes on the Science DMZ. We're designing something that is not for general purpose business systems, not for enterprise computing, specifically dedicated for environments, end-to-end port pairs that we know about, that we expect, and that we can optimize for high-speed transfer and performance. And I'm not going to try going back in case I blow up the Google Hangout, but I would encourage you to, if you have not gone to the ESNet site describing the Science DMZ, to go there and shop around. There are all manner of wonderful descriptions of best practices and architectures and how to get started. So tuning security for performance is what we're getting down to here. We don't want to abandon security. We want high performance. What security do we have left, and how can we make it work for us as well as possible? So first of all, we're going back to the first generation firewall. We're talking access control lists. We're talking simple IP pair, TCP or UDP port pair, and just let the network play beyond that in terms of windows and sessions. The network shouldn't be involved. So what that means typically is on an older router. If you have bought an expensive Juniper SRX or some sort of high-end firewall and are using it for your border protection, that means terminating this DMZ on something else perhaps, or using the simpler firewall terms rather than the security policies for this particular LAN. So your border hardware will define exactly how you go about this, but the notion is understand the applications that you're being asked to tunnel over this network, allow them simply by IP and port, or just by port if you're opening it up to pretty much everywhere, and step out of the way. And everything else that you do is going to be out of band. I talked a little bit about this, but I think it's really important. The second bullet point here, this is separate from the campus LAN. No users, no PCs, as few devices as you can manage, whether you do that with just a simple single server that dumps onto a particular research sharing application, or whether you're scheduling FTP transfers, or however you're doing that, you want to minimize the stuff that's actually using that LAN. And then the last two may seem like enterprise protection, but you're going to be using some different tools. For host protection, we want to have perhaps some basic port blocking to prevent SSH floods, SSH attacks against root, some rootkit detection software, making sure that your box isn't owned by the bad guys, some log analysis that you might ship off to something on your production enterprise network, or maybe a dedicated box on your research LAN. And network protection, this is particularly out of band, and it's mostly monitoring, perhaps triggering some black holes with an IDS, looking at flows, looking at using SNMP to look at performance, and queuing off of those metrics to discover inappropriate use, or discover oversubscription, or discover actual attacks that seem to be going on. So what you're not doing is the kind of inline packet mangling that network security guys are often harangued for, because it slows everything down. Well, in this particular case, slowing everything down removes the whole point of the network. So we need to get over that notion that we need inline tools to achieve security, and look at the kinds of security that we can get from out-of-band tools, and enhanced monitoring and enhanced host protection. And so in summary, before I start dealing with questions, we want to get rid of the trucks, we want to get rid of the firewalls, and we want to get rid of, oh, I buried the Windows logo, sorry about that, missed the joke, and end up with an elephant that is not crammed through a drinking straw, but is getting from point A to point B as fast as possible, rather than FedExing disks. So I kind of blew through that fairly quickly, particularly given that a lot of the introductory stuff had just been talked about. So questions from the floor? I'll try to get out of my presentation so I can see if anybody's going to be at a camera. In fact, I'll undo my screen sharing.
Any questions for Steve?
Nothing. I've baffled them.
No, it's just that clear. It's an overview.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks,
Okay.
Steve.
Thanks, everybody. Fading out into the distance.
That's okay.
All right, so now we're slightly ahead of schedule. We're supposed to have a break at 1:15, so we can either take a slightly early break and be back by 1:30, ready for Mark's talk, or we could squeeze something in before 1:30. We have a 25 minute.
I can do that wireless one, we can squeeze that down.
Right.
Wireless is fast.
Okay.
So we'll take a break after the video presentation. Is that right?
Yeah, we could. Then we're on our own. So
So are we going to do a break now and then wireless, or do we just want to throw the wireless in right now?
we can throw the wireless in right now and be done by 1:30. Let's do it.
Okay. Alex, do you have that in the Google Drive?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out Dave's laptop. Dave?
Yeah, right here. That one you unpacked.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
I should show you a picture of
So which one is it? High density wireless?
High density wireless. I'm glad you're not doing this because I'm lost.
Hey Scott, was the other Steve at CSU? I just had a long
I have
time.
no idea who that is.
Probably just some random spammer.
Somebody Etsy issue.
I think maybe you just wrote it down wrong. I mean,
There's a lot of room for error in my writing and Eileen's interpretation of my writing. It actually gets typed confusion. Things could have gone wrong.
Do I need to talk into this for people to hear us there? What is this?
Yeah, it's microphone.
This one.
I think I did.
Hello?
Your advanced team fill in the last words.
All right.
You'll like it once you get up to the
All right, cheers.
So high density wireless, I'm going to walk you through some of what BYU has done in regards to our wireless. We're kind of at a turning point. We're starting to evaluate a few of the things, the decisions we've made in the past, and so I'm interested in seeing how other people have solved some of the same challenges. So I'd like to start off, this is a little video we made a few months ago, I guess, depicting kind of what we call, we've branded our high density wireless to kind of separate what we consider our new standard moving forward from what we did in the past. We did a lot of hotspot wireless, a lot of we'll put an array in here and then that'll bring wireless into your conference room. We didn't always have a defined spec. So that introduces some confusion now when people call up and say, hey, I bought this wireless array 5 years ago and now it doesn't have the capacity I need. We run into some confusion. So as we move forward, we have this HD wireless that we've branded. So this is kind of a little intro into what our HD wireless solves. It will play. So, can I turn up the sound? Not the sound doesn't matter, I guess. We'll just leave that. So what is our high density wireless? We cover an entire building. So it includes all of our classrooms and teaching spaces, student congregation spaces, and faculty offices. And we designed the coverage so that every seat could be occupied with 3 devices per person, a phone, a tablet, and a computer. And it's optimized for mobile devices, which means neg 65 decibel, RSSI. And we budget at least 2 megabits per person, which allows you to stream popular video content. During class time. Exactly. So we did a test of our first building we rolled it out in and invited students and employees to come bring as many devices as they could. You had to have at least 3 to get admitted into the room. Some people brought way more than 3. Tested all the devices, made sure they were connected, gave refreshments and prize raffle tickets to all the attendees.
How many people came?
I think we'll see in just a minute. I think it counts up. Have some of the people in this room were in there. Filled 2.5 classrooms in one of our buildings. We had, this is live, well not live, but this is how they filled in. So
People, not devices?
people, not devices. So 121 participants. I think we'll go through the results here. 427 devices, 121 people. So we figured that averaged about 3.5 devices per person, more than a little over. And then the bandwidth we looked at, we hit right at about that 2 megabits per second. We've gone back and we've made some tweaks to the building so that we can be sure we're delivering more. We found that in this test we saturated the 2.4 gig. We were pretty saturated there, and we saw performance really dropped off. I think we even had some service interruptions for people in the 2.4 gigahertz. Oh, some quotes you got, sorry. We had some really positive feedback from people who had participated, faculty and students who gave us some really good feedback. So, so in that specific test, we saw 2.4 gigahertz, we saw the performance dropped off, and we really did hit kind of the wall there. We've gone back and we've tweaked it a little bit since then, but diving more into the specifics, pre-2013, pre-HD wireless as we've branded it, we would design to a neg 72 RSSI, and we would typically design and say, if you get neg 72, it's good enough. We didn't require coverage of both 5 gigahertz and 2.4 gigahertz. Neg 72, we would really design that's largely the 2.4 gigahertz, given the better penetration through walls. that was kind of our minimum standard. So we ended up with pockets that didn't have 5 gigahertz coverage. Our density was, we usually planned about one device per seat in a lot of the areas we did, and that was kind of a general rule of thumb. Some where we thought there was going to be a lot of density, we might double that. And the bandwidth, this is straight from our website, and it's pretty vague and ambiguous. It varies, but generally it's up to 7 megabits per second average. Got a lot of loose terms in there. With our HD wireless specification, it's Meg 65 or better in both 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz. The density we plan for 3 devices per person in the fixed seats in our classrooms, and we plan better than 2 megabits per second of bandwidth per occupant, not necessarily per device. So then the wireless technology, we selected Xeris a few years ago. We've been using Xeris for about 5 years now, 6 years, I think, roughly. Maybe a little longer, maybe, okay. So Xeris, for those who aren't familiar with it, it was started by some former 3Com employees, the same people who founded Xercom a while ago, those innovative PCM CIA Ethernet adapters that didn't have the dongle but were the double height. These are those people. Xercom, I guess, was bought out by Intel. 3Com, I guess, is now in the hands of HP, but Xeris is the new company that they've started, and they're pretty open about, they founded this company to solve the wireless problem, and they described the wireless problem as being, well, multifaceted, but one of the challenges is you have a lot of dumb APs that you distribute through your campus, and then you tunnel a lot of that data back to controllers. Your controllers become a real pain point in that model. Or another one of the things that they're solving for us is drastically reducing the number of cable pools. And we'll get into how they do that, and then allowing future tuning and scalability with their solution. So this is off of Xeris's website. This is their product lineup. What they do really well is the XR500 and 600 are newer models, but the 2000, 4000, and 6000 are kind of current implementations of kind of their bread and butter. Xeris builds a chassis that you can then put modular antennas into. So the 2000 through 6000 series are 4 slots, 8 slots, and 16 slots. And then you can home run a single cable pull to a single device and then put as many radios as you want, and you can software configure the radios to be 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, or a dedicated monitor radio. So these are great in our high-density classroom spaces. With a single gigabit cable pull, we can feed some of our large classrooms. The larger arrays support 2 1-gig connections that we can bond, but I think for the most part we're using 1-gig links on many of these. And so with that flexibility, we can deploy units about half full. We can dynamically allocate, these radios will be 2.4 gigahertz, these will be 5 gigahertz. We can modify it over time. And then in some spaces, we can go back and add radios as capacity needs change in the room. So we've had really good luck with this. Just kind of a quick comparison. These are our actual stats that we pulled last week. In our campus proper, we have almost 900 arrays. Housing, we have about 613, so we're just under 1,500 arrays total. And then inside of these arrays, we have about 4,000 radios in the almost 900 arrays. Just doing some of the math here, we figure that just in our jack costs alone, we've saved about $1 million+ over the life of rolling these out, given our cost to pay contractors to come pull the cabling, given switch ports and PoE ports. We believe that that's brought some considerable cost savings. It's not without its challenges, but we've been pretty happy with it overall. Some of the things we've noticed, one of the things we don't really get into in that video of our test is we brought in a bunch of IT students and technology faculty, and we ran the test and we had really good results. As good as we could have planned for the start of the semester, then we brought in a bunch of students, and we found that general business school students don't bring the same hardware that IT students and IT faculty bring. So in our test, I think we saw that we were about 2/3 of the devices were in 5 gigahertz and 1/3 were in 2.4, and we started saturating the 2.4. in real life, we've found that it's a pretty even 50-50 split on our campus right now. So our results were skewed, and some of our tuning was a little skewed. We've since gone back and repaired that, made better on that. But Dave.
So are you really seeing a 16-to-1 ratio of 1 Xeris versus 16 Cisco APs?
16-to-1, we don't actually run a whole lot of the 16, big 16 array units. And most of what we buy, we do about 50% capacity when we roll it out. We aren't saturating our feed ports on a lot of our wireless arrays. So either we have congestion upstream or just the radios themselves as they're switching between all the students in the classroom. We just aren't seeing that much demand on the feed ports to our arrays. So in that regard, we're pretty happy with 1 gig feed ports on a lot of these.
What price-wise infrastructure? Yeah, it's less cabling and stuff, but does the price of the UFO beat deploying?
Overall, I think the saved costs in cabling, $1.5 million we saved in cabling, a portion of that probably has gone to paying the increased rates for buying these more complex, bigger units. I don't know. I don't have the exact cost numbers on that. Overall, we do, as we plan out a building, we look at where the sweet spots are. Mark and I were just talking about this morning, and we'll get into this in some of the later slides, but we're seeing more kind of divergence. Faculty offices, we tend to use the 2 radio units much more because we don't have the density. We don't have 600 people in a faculty office. So we tend to use kind of their smaller models here. The 520s are becoming pretty popular with us. And at that point, we're running 1 cable run for each 520 we put out. But we're also paying about, I think we're paying $200 for a 520. So the cost on those is pretty comparative with others. And I guess that's where right now we feel like we're kind of sitting on this edge where we could go either way. So this is my last slide. We really are going to wrap this thing up in 25 minutes. But we're designing our 5 gigahertz spectrum to neg 65. The idea being right now we're only rolling out 802.11n. We're planning on n, but with 5 gigahertz planned at that kind of ubiquitous coverage, when we want to come back and swap out AC, we've spaced all our radios and pulled all our cabling so that we should be able to make the swap to AC pretty easily. And then all the units that we're deploying, with the exception of the 520s, which have fixed radios, we keep 50% of the slots vacant so that as devices grow, as we see more Google Glass, and as we start pushing beyond 3 devices per person, we can account for some growth without swapping out the chassis themselves. And I think to that regard, not paying for the entire future, this is kind of our balance of just in time versus just in case. There is some overhead of putting a chassis out there, especially if it's only half populated. But then if we don't need additional radios filling it out, we save the cost of those radios. And so that's been a good move for us overall. And then 802.11 AC still is a challenge for us. With a large chassis that has potentially 16 or even 8 radios, each radio capable of pulling 800 megabit to a single radio, 2 gigabit jacks is not going to support these large arrays. And so we're kind of, again, we're really waiting to see, do we have large student adoption with AC, or do we have business drivers that are going to push us to that? We still have half our campus running in the 2.4 gigahertz only spectrum. So to start catering to the AC, it's to be really expensive, especially if it's at the cost of some of those 2.4 gigahertz. And so that being said, this is where we stand right now. I'm just curious what other people are doing. I hear from vendors all the time that other schools are rolling out AC like madness, and we're behind the curve. But this is where I get the truth, not necessarily in sales presentations. So Scott, what do you have?
So we're not necessarily rolling out AC with wireless band, and one thing we are trying to do, though, is to work with our students and encourage them to stop using the 2.4 spectrum. In a lot of cases, what we see is their device is configured for whatever reason to prefer the 2.4, can do either. And if you tell it to prefer the 5, then they get the benefit of that. So a lot of what you're reporting might not be that it's only capable of the 2.4, just for whatever reason, maybe the drivers or something prefer that over the 5.
Scott, when we were looking at that and doing this, we were actually working with the students, and some of them, they'd set them to be preferred 5, and it would still go to 2.4 all that
Really?
way. But then Cirrus has this little setting on it that they can't remember what they call
It's band steering.
What is it?
It's their band steering.
Anyway, it sends whatever packets to encourage you to use 5, and when we saw that, turned that on, it made a pretty big difference. Just, saw a shift a little more and more, so it's a little bit more than 50%. Before it was more on the 2.4.
Dave, back
So
to
you
that.
still roll Cisco and Xeris, just depends on where.
Well, so most of our Cisco was 7 years ago. We're actually in the middle of an effort to finish off replacing our Cisco on campus and
With all Xeris.
with Xeris. For the Cisco that we had, we can buy the 520s and we can replace the existing Cisco APs with a 520, and it works pretty well.
And the other thing too that was a really big factor, I'm sure you guys are seeing this too, it's not necessarily the bandwidth, it's the number of devices people are bringing, they're using all the connections. And so if you can get a lot of connections in a room, then people can use the devices they're trying to use, and that's where the high density is.
We do have some challenges. We've kind of found a sweet spot is 300 classroom seats in a single room. We reach a point where we just can't budget enough 2.4 gigahertz bandwidth, and so our spec has to be modified. There just isn't enough frequency in the rooms. We don't get enough attenuation of signal, and so there we sometimes our standard, we have to modify it a little bit for our really large venues, which for the most part, I mean, those are tight seats, you're packed in there. Right now, we don't have a whole lot of problems with people pulling out laptops, tablets, and multiple devices when they're already crammed in pretty tight.
You guys, can you use directional antennas for those at all?
Their outdoor units do have directional antennas. Their indoor are all in those big UFO shapes, and those are all omnidirectional.
Sectors, or the omnis? I always thought they shot like.
Or I think they are directional within the units themselves.
So put them in, like you say, hey, I want a 2.4 here, and a 5 here, a 5 here, a 2.4 here, and a 2.4 here, and there's no seats. So that way.
So it's almost directional or omni, depending on how you place things.
I'll set the channels.
Other thoughts or comments? Other people's experiences?
You mentioned tunneling. How do you isolate your users from your wired network? Like specifically guest users. Because you don't have a firewall in every AP, so how do you?
So we, on the feed ports, we have a guest VLAN and we have our general VLANs. The guest, and then we pull those back through a NAC appliance, and then we segregate the traffic out like that. So it's in the VLANs that we offer to the unit themselves, we then pull it back through our clean access.
Okay. So you don't tunnel back using your NAC solution?
No.
That's what you're using your Cisco NAC, is that what you guys are?
Yeah.
Access. Access.
We just did our first 802.11 AC deployment. We put in 31 APs in a very old building in a complete remodel. And we've had it in production probably 3 months now. We're about to do our second 802.11 AC building. It's an apartment building getting a remodel this summer. So anything going forward will go 802.11 AC. Aruba? Yeah, we're Aruba. So really the price of those APs are so close to the price of the ends, why wouldn't you just buy the nicer radio? And the manufacturer wants you to go that way. And at first I thought, well, why would we go with 802.11 AC phase 1 when phase 2 is really where the action is going to happen? But really, we're not going to see enterprise products in phase 2 for another year or two. So I didn't think it made sense to drag our feet, really.
Plus, unfortunately, with the 5 gigahertz range, because it's only 5 gigahertz. Is the AC standard only 5?
No, it's both still.
It requires 5.
Yeah, unlike N, it requires the 5. Remember, you can still see an 802.11n client that's 2.4 only. It's hard sometimes on some consumer equipment to discern that on the packaging or on the data sheet. So I can't believe people are still making 2.4 11n adapters. So I'm looking forward to the manufacturers stepping it up a little bit with AC.
On your rollout, are you doing more than 2-channel bonding, or are you got multiple channels?
I have a couple slides on this, on what to do with the channels. You get into this quandary of decisions on these channels. On older devices, density and performance. And of course, you can't have it all.
Right.
So you have to give and take. I've got a good PowerPoint I think I'll send around that my wireless engineer put together. It really explains the issues with deciding what you're going to do with these channel frequencies. We hope the FCC is going to loosen up the frequency and give us some more frequency space to work with. That'll make things easier. But until they do, if you really go and configure all the things of AC for that great throughput, you're going to leave a whole bunch of old things in the dust and left behind, and you won't have a very functioning enterprise solution. So it's going to be tough to really get that high bandwidth, I think, for the foreseeable future for any of us, unless you had a controlled deployment of AC APs and AC adapters that you're really after those really high throughputs. But I think on our campuses, that's unrealistic for us to do that.
I think we're kind of looking at those areas that we might consider for potential of actually utilizing high throughput for maybe something that's education oriented. Otherwise, when you're throwing AC and it's limited to a 2 meg per client, going to kill the purpose of it anyway. So we all have those decisions to make.
One thing I was going to mention in the cabling, we've kind of moved towards we're going to pull 2 Cat 6A cables to every lab or next to buildings. At least that's what we're going to go with. There's some disagreement between the AP manufacturers and the cabling manufacturers on what you should pull to a WAP to future-proof yourself. But I believe a 6A cable would open the door up to possibly 10 gig over copper down the road. And our current APs, we're only lighting up one of the 2 ports. We're not exceeding the 1 gig today on those APs. So that's where we're heading with cabling, at least.
Has anybody seen the same thing that you saw it in, where clients would keep holding on to it too long?
When they get out of range?
Yeah, they'd be out of range, they wouldn't let it go when there was a perfectly good G above at the time. We're kind of seeing that in the 2 small areas we've done this. They'll choke themselves so there's no data left just to hold on to the AC connection.
There's controller code to worry about to address that, and driver code.
Yeah, some of the drivers just didn't take it. There's not a whole lot of devices we've seen that are AC capable yet.
I was going to ask you, have you seen any stats on what kind of utilization you're getting on AC?
Yeah, my stats, of course, are a month old, and we had just gotten it off when I did those stats, but I can pretty much pull up a stat right now from Airwave. We bought Airwave, which goes nicely with our Roomba controllers, and Airwave does a really good job of reporting on this stuff for you. I brought this 802.11 AC phone over, and I was able to get close to 300 megabit back to my testing server. I thought that was amazing for a device like this to get 300 megabit. Yeah.
All right, well, any other questions? If not, then I'm going to wrap up and we'll turn some time over to Mark just in time. All right.
Thanks, Mark.
I'm going to see more fish. All right, so Mark Reynolds.
I can figure out how to share my desk.
Did you get this at Bronco game that you got to go to and I didn't get to go to?
You see my university logo? Are you seeing my my slide?
Yes. We see the deck, but we're not in presentation mode.
Okay.
Share your whole desktop instead of just do that.
The building of University of New Mexico looks like it's out all by itself.
See that? Hearing that correctly?
We're still seeing not the presenter.
never done this before. Which one should I pick, Jason?
Yeah, screen share, do the your whole desktop, and then start up PowerPoint.
Full screen?
Full screen.
Good.
There you go.
So, Mark Reynolds, University of New Mexico. My presentation. Are you there, Anita?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so I'll go through my slide deck, and I'm good for any conversation post. You know me. I've been working on with the carriers since about 2006, and we have multiple macros here at the university. The University Health Sciences Hospital, and we have all the main carriers that we provide service from. And back in 2006, we partnered with hoping that we could take away the responsibility of
international.
What's that?
Your audio is fading in and out like you're writing a sine wave or something.
Close to your mic.
I am. Let me open up my desktop. Is that any better?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So back in 2006, we partnered with NextG, hoping that we could find a synergy here in New Mexico and Albuquerque with the carriers and start looking at deploying DAS. And this was, we were thinking of doing ODAS and IDAS, but NextG could not get anybody to, none of the carriers wanted to play. So we did that for about 3 years of bringing in the carriers, working with NextG, and finally we dissolved the contract. And about a year later, Crown Castle came along and they said, let's look at your football stadium and basketball arena, which is the lowest hanging fruit in most cases. And we partnered with them, and they stood up a IDAS in the basketball arena with about 13 sectors, and in the football arena with about the same. And Verizon was the anchor tenant, and that's been up and running now for about 6 months. And so far, we have good results from it. We still have the problem with Wi-Fi. People still migrating to the Wi-Fi, which we'd rather them not, but there's a trade-off. So, and stop me at any time if you have any questions. So, you know, part of, and we all deal with this, where the average students are bringing 7 devices, gadgets, whatever you want to call it, and it's competing with our Wi-Fi and the cellular network, as well as at least 3 internet-capable devices. And you just finished your talk about Wi-Fi, which is one of the biggest time sinks at our university. We spend a major amount of time troubleshooting, triaging between NAC and Wi-Fi, and we just upgraded to Aruba, 2 years ago, and we're not doing AC yet. We went to N, and we're still so far behind the curve that it's just not ubiquitous. So that's one of our biggest battles. And so with the different technologies, femtocells is designed to work in homes and restaurants. The DAS is more for the malls, the stadium, and the airports. And then you get a picocell, and you have the metrocell, and you have the microcell, and then you have the macrocell. And Wi-Fi is universal, so we all know that no matter what we put in, there'll be a handoff issue between Wi-Fi and cellular, or cellular to Wi-Fi, no matter what application that you use. So this is just a little blurb on connection types by device in the United States. It pretty much speaks for itself. So where are we today? Right now, I've been working, not now, in the past 2 years, I've been working on a master level agreement with an embedded SLA for all of our macro sites, because we have about 6 of them. And we've had to have legal, purchasing, real estate, all be involved in these conversations. and then we take our document and we take it to the carriers one by one, and every one of them have different opinions on what we should have in the wording. So we're closer, but we're also at a good place because everything I have is on month-to-month contracts on the macros. So we're in a good place to where we're not beholden to any of the carriers at this point, and it gives us the leverage as we start to look at rolling out a DAS solution, no matter what that is. So the carriers, and we have these competing values where the carriers would like to come in and stand up more macros to cover the holes that we have in the university. And with customer service getting calls pretty much periodically, daily, of holes, especially with the new type buildings, that the windows are preventing the RF to pass through, that we're getting more and more complaints. So it's kind of an ongoing battle of, do you put up more macros, or do you put up DAS, or do you do what other people are doing, which I'm sure most of you are dealing with, and that is customers are purchasing their own consumer grade BDAs and installing them themselves without any IT support, just because they can get it on the internet. So what I've proactively done is sent to the purchasing department, you're supposed to register anything that you put on the net that would cause a conflict with the macro, and they have that now. So anybody that is thinking of doing this would have to actually register, and they may get denied, they may not even be contacted, but they have to go through that process. Like I said, Crown Castle was a Verizon anchor tenant. We have that at the basketball and football stadium. We have 2 cellular on wheels that need permanent locations. So back in 2006, when they built the hospital, we took a antenna off of one of the power lines, and the agreement was that we would put it back in a permanent location, and that was back in 2006. So those cows have been sitting since 2006 and actually not paying any revenue to the IT department. So we want them permanent as much as the carriers want them permanent. Just finding those locations. I don't know how many of you have had to work through a macro process, but we have a group called the Ugly Antenna Task Force, UATF. And we meet, so if anybody comes and says AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, even anybody that wants to stand up an antenna on a building for any DirecTV, they have to come to this force, and in this task force there are representation from anybody to do with aesthetics, with power, facilities, you name it. They have to go through a whole litany of, this is what you're going to do, the RF that you're going to use, where you're going to put it, and if it's approved, then you can go ahead and move forward. So we have the cows right now have 2 permanent requests in, and they've been approved, but we do have AT&T and some other carriers in the background wanting to stand up some macros to fill in the holes, and we do not have any AT&T macros on campus as we sit today. One thing that has been happening as they move from the 2G to 3 and 4G, they're having to install fiber to these macro sites that are established. So getting right-of-way on the university property, or using our backbone as their connectivity for those sites, is another thing we have to deal with. And I'm also interviewing, I have been interviewing for the past year, different vendors and carriers for solutions and strategies, and I'll talk about them in a little while. Another thing that the carriers are doing, especially Verizon, is they're putting generators on every one of their sites. So we have all these macros out there. Verizon has 2 of them, and neither one has a generator, but you would not believe the amount of processes we have to go through in order to get a generator even stood up next to a macro site. So if you look at the university campus, I just show some basics. I have the T-Mobile at the top center, which is the cow. We have Cricket that sits on a chemistry building, Sprint that sits on the hospital. To the right is Verizon and T-Mobile, which sits on a parking structure. That's where they want to put one of the generators. And this is a hybrid because it's a hospital parking lot, but a university service. So in order, they originally wanted to put the generator and burn up 2 parking spaces, So the hospital said, well, that'll cost you $2,000 a month. So Verizon cried and said, there's no way we can pay that because we normally pay about $400. So the university had to find them a ground space to install the generator and run the conduit paths and all the stuff they're going to do to stand up that service, which is going to happen during Christmas break. So down to the bottom, we have another T-Mobile site, and we also have Cricket and Verizon and an old Altel site, which is now being stood up by Verizon as well. So some of the different technologies with DAS, Wi-Fi, small cell, FTTC product offering, outdoor nodes, towers, indoor university campuses, and dark fiber, Wi-Fi apples. So that's all the things that I just talked about that you have to deal with when you're dealing with DAS. And this is really a full-time project or ownership oversight once you get into dealing with these different situations. So if you don't know what a BDA is, there's the wording just to say what it is. It's an inexpensive way just to put an off-the-air repeater. Repeated is for limited coverage. This is the ones that you can order online, and probably one of the largest complaints that they have, and the FCC just came out with a ruling. If you're interested, I can send you the YouTube that talks about that if you're not in compliance and you stand up a BDA and you don't shut it down, there's fines. But the carrier, once they see the noise level rise, they will then try to find that problem, and when they find it, then they can immediately shut you down. So that's a big culprit out there today. Femtosales is the new way that the carriers are trying to push down our throats to make this another way of providing indoor DAS. Uses your broadband, such as DSL or cable, and it's about the same size as a Wi-Fi AP. The problem with the femtosales today is that they're not the same for every carrier. So if you tried to stand them up today, you might have different antennas and different. So if you had to stand it up for Verizon and AT&T, you might have 4 for that company and 4 for another company in the same room just to make that type of coverage. Small cells, another thing that the carriers are trying to push. As a matter of fact, they're trying to get it into our MLAs. We're reluctant to put those in right now just because it opens the door to allow them to put in these small cells to cover the small areas instead of standing up a full macro. They just stand up a small cell, put some directional antennas, and cover for that capacity. The hybrid system, a combination of DAS, small cell, and macro cells, that's where we're probably all going to end up throughout the next 2 or 3 years, especially where you have large gatherings or you need to get coverage to small groups on a quick time basis for that purpose. Connectivity turnkey DAS services, that just shows the different pieces that I've already talked about. In order to stand this up, you need to understand what it is you're trying to cover. You have to do site assessments and RF site surveys. You have to have design and engineering services, material specifications, project management, which is huge, wireless carrier coordination, material staging and fulfillment, complete professional installation, system testing and commissioning, ETS and civil management, and project closure and documentation. So the reason I bring this up is because there are some companies out there that do this. DAS Advisors is one of them. Connectivity Wireless is another one, where they will plan for you and do the project management with you as long as you provide a person that will be their project manager. They will use your existing fiber where they can. They will stand up a base station where they need to, probably in the 2,000 to 3,000 square foot range. This will take a lot of time. It usually takes about a year to a year and a half to actually stand up a project, and then you have to implement, and then you have to do constant monitoring. And, in our case, we get revenue from the macros. In their proposals, they look at revenue share, so they will get the carrier to either carry the dollar amount to stand this up, or they will do it themselves and then give the university some revenue share part of that project. So these are just some of the people that are involved in the ecosystem of providing the DAS system. Integrators, the carriers, the third-party operators, the cable contractors, consultants, and AEs, and DAS OEMs. So there's different ownership models. One is carrier-based, where the carrier will come in and install a system for you. They will tell you that it's neutral host. Be very leery of that because they more than likely are not going to design their system. If they're an AT&T, not going to design it to a Verizon spec. They're going to design it to an AT&T spec, and Verizon is going to have a hard time getting on that if they expect a certain throughput. The neutral host is done, which I talked about before, where you have somebody come in like Connectivity Wireless or the DAS advisors, and they will help you find the funding, get the carriers involved, and make all this happen. Or you can stand it up yourself if you think that there's enough revenue and enough return on your investment to stand it up yourself. You can build the DAS system with Andrew or any other product. CommScope, there's thousands of them that make it, and you can own it and try to get the carriers to come and play in your backyard just like a neutral host provider would. These are some of the companies that I've worked with: Boingo, Mobilite, Extenet, American Tower, Crown Castle, just to name a few. But they're not all alike. They all have different perspectives of what they're bringing to the table and what they want out of it. So just some DAS 101, FYI, if you look down below, I just bulleted them. Telephone carriers are installing customized telephone systems to improve cellular phone service, fill in the coverage gaps, and provide better emergency communications capability. Investments range from tens of thousands to several millions. So I'll tell you that the installation that they did at the football and basketball arena cost Crown Castle $4 million to stand up. They then are looking for other carriers to join on this system, and to date, as I said, Verizon is the only one that has joined that system. So it's a cat and mouse switch bait game for them that they need to get somebody in to help them pay that system off over a certain time frame. That contract itself is a 15-year contract for exclusivity for the football and basketball arena. So we cannot entertain anyone else installing a indoor DAS for either one of those sites for at least 15 years. I already went over the small cell and what they are. You're going to see more and more of that, though, with the femtocell and picocells and metrocells. 60% of mobile calls and 70% of data usage occur inside the buildings. So that's why this is driving these conversations. The poor reception is happening because of the newer design, the lead buildings that are being designed. DAS and small cell, I just talk about that below, and I just give you kind of some numbers that you can use if you're thinking about doing this, or just know what it would cost to stand it up. A macro site is between 2.5 and 8 times more expensive than a small cell, and by 2017, over 70% of enterprise and carrier-grade small cells will include Wi-Fi. So the cellular companies are partnering with people like Boingo to start standing up Wi-Fi services because they know there's a market there, and they're already installing the cable for an IDAS or an indoor DAS or outdoor DAS. So they just add this as an overlay. These are the ones I talked about. These are the registration for BDAs. If you have anybody on your campus that are standing these up, suggest that you take my links and send it to them. It is the FCC regulation that just came out. And if you get caught, there is a fine. Or, like I said, you can email the carrier and say, I'm installing this BDA. Would you please allow us to do this? And if they say okay, that's fine. If they don't respond, that's okay, as long as you file the documentation. So as I was stating, the other thing, process, we're doing the MLA and SLA, which I've been working on since 2000. I've been working on it for almost 2.5 years now. It's still not on the street. But this is something that I just found out last week that one of the companies asked me to add into my document, and that's on RF emissions, that the FCC can come down pretty hard on a university if you're not requiring your carriers to assure that they are compliant with the RF emissions audit, and they're doing one every year. Okay, so that's the end of that. The other documents that I sent was this one here, which is to process a baseline when you look at a neutral host provider. These are the things that you have to go through in order, and there's kind of a $28,000 if they want to just do an audit and a feasibility study. That's just to get you started. Then they go into a phase 2, and that's another $45,000. And this is not even getting the carriers engaged yet. And then here's another one by, if you want to do a neutral host, and lays out, these are the basic things you have to do. Scope of work, coverage, same thing I talked about before. And this one is really from a company called Connectivity Wireless, who will do it for free, if that is really possible. And then they will come back and work with you, but they want exclusivity for at least 12 months so that they can see if they can pull together the carriers and look at your DAS solution, recommending the Femto, the Pico, the small cell, the macro, and also look at your life safety channels for public safety to see if that's something you can add to it, as well as look at your Wi-Fi to see if there's something that you can synergize on when you're cabling buildings so that you're not doing the effort twice. The other thing I sent is the MLA. You're more than welcome to look at it. Maybe you already have these stood up, but I'm just showing this is what we're using with the legal department and purchasing and real estate, and this is what we sent to the carriers to go over all these line items one by one. And you see right there I have the ugly antenna force because that still is something we find valuable for our site. And then you get down to how much we charge per site, which it gets down into here, how much a standard rooftop costs. Essentially $2,000 a month is what we're looking for. And the reason that we did this is because our MLAs and SLAs were as old as the 1990s and everything from $1 up to $2,000, so we want to standardize on what we have the carriers pay for a macro site. All right, any questions for me? I went through that pretty fast. Any questions for me?
So Mark, just one real quick. You said that the agreement with Crown Castle's been dissolved, right?
No, that was NextG.
Oh, next. Well, so didn't they become Crown?
Crown Castle bought NextG. So there was a lot of, believe me, when Crown Castle came to the table, there was a lot of animosity and distrust that we were going to go down this rat hole again. And Crown Castle delivered a great product, and they were able to get it done in between football season and basketball season and got it stood up real quickly. But that's the only, Crown Castle's also, so what are we going to do next? We're going to actually put an RFP on the street for an integrator at $0 spend. So if anybody's interested in seeing that, once I get it on the street, you're more than welcome to use it for your own purpose, but we're going for $0 build and have a probably like Connectivity Wireless or a DAS advisors to come in, and then we'll give them exclusivity for a year, and then they'll go see what they can do. Or Crown Castle. Crown Castle could win it also. All right, Anita, you're up.
Can I talk real quickly here? Mark did a great job of covering a lot of the same issues and concerns and everything I have on my presentation, except for the two really pretty pictures I've got of Rice Eccles Stadium and the Huntsman Center. But the rest of the information on my presentation is pretty similar to what Mark covered: concerns, questions, goals, issues. So we won't go through the whole presentation there, but you can go to the next slide. And that's, of course, Rice Eccles. And we currently today there have mostly Verizon coverage through Crown Castle. So similar to what Mark talked about, University of Utah had a contract with NextG. That was Crown Castle bought NextG, and we've been working with Crown Castle, but really the only deployment that's happened at Rice Eccles has been Verizon coverage. T-Mobile and AT&T have a couple of towers on some tall buildings off campus that cover it there, but Crown Castle is also in the process of trying to work with AT&T to get better coverage in the stadium. Huntsman, which is the next picture, is currently being remodeled. So we're not quite sure what we're going to do in Huntsman this time. We did have some good Verizon coverage in there, but there wasn't any indoor DAS in Verizon, and we really don't have great AT&T coverage there either. So we've got a lot of challenges, as Mark had indicated, similar that they had at the University of New Mexico. So really, we're just undertaking now our DAS initiative, and all options are on the table. We're doing a review of what we have. That's been a challenge for us too, because we don't have really a great current inventory of what really is out there. For our new buildings, we have worked with a company called Interface to do indoor DAS, which does the public safety piece, which is critical for the new buildings, and especially with the glass that they have and not having coverage. So we've been working with Interface just on the new buildings, but we have really called a halt as much as we can to any kind of cellular activity on campus, so we can get our arms around what's really taking place and what we have, because we don't know. So we're always concerned about the ever-changing technology and convergent technology that's coming, and future-proofing, and Wi-Fi, and how is that going to be managed going forward. But our goal is to go to RFP eventually, once we get our arms around what we have. A lesson learned, we keep finding deployments of DAS that we weren't aware of in some of our buildings that we rent space to, where people will go out and buy their own equipment and start to deploy it and try and figure out how they get coverage. So that's been a real challenge for us that we didn't realize was going on, and we're uncovering that almost monthly. Part of the goals is to put a project team together. It's pretty intensive, all the work that needs to be done. Our contract vendor manager, Jasmine Davis, who couldn't be with us today, is going to be negotiating all the contracts, but her vision is to have an RF engineer, a project manager, and a couple of other folks helping with the cabling and wiring that comes along with all of this infrastructure that needs to go in place for IDAS and outdoor DAS. I was shocked myself at the data center space that's required, how fiber intensive it is just to spin up indoor DAS itself, let alone all the outdoor DAS activity that goes on. So I'm looking for feedback from everybody on gotchas and lessons learned that you've had out there, or things that you've struggled with, as Mark Reynolds shared some things too. So I don't think I have a whole lot more. Like I said, most of these things you can read through. It's available for you, but it's similar to what Mark shared.
I just have a question. Are you doing anything Wi-Fi in those venues?
Yes. Yes. So I don't know. Trevor, did he just leave?
Just walked out.
Yeah, he can speak. But we do have, especially in our suites at Rice Eccles, there's robust Wi-Fi, especially for broadcasters type stuff that they do there too. So, but there is Wi-Fi available in the stadium and in Huntsman. But with the remodel, they're going to, I think, beef that up a little. But cellular coverage is tough in Huntsman because it's down underground too.
So I have a question for everybody. What are you doing in your arenas? Because in our situation, the athletics uses the wireless for their ticket sales, for their portable scanner. And even if you shut off the B channels and try to force people to do a private SSID, you're still burning up bandwidth. Has anybody thought of creative ideas, even if you have a DAS solution with Wi-Fi, to force people to use the cellular versus the Wi-Fi, or is it the reverse?
This, for BYU, we've actually just limited it to the tickets and some press. It's not available for the general public yet.
That would make sense.
So at Colorado State, we don't have a separate cellular service in those areas. So people get what they get from the surrounding area. There's no inside repeater or DAS system. We do have wireless Wi-Fi in there, and so that our ticket scanning system runs on that, and anybody that can authenticate on the local wireless can access. So far, we haven't had any real congestion problems.
We have a dedicated SSID at DU for the ticketing system. It's hidden with a pre-shared key. We do static IPs for the handhelds. It's pretty limited, but that's how we address the ticketing problem in 2 of our venues.
Does anybody do ticketing on cellular? I think sometimes vendors will use cellular.
We did for our presidential debate. We had a couple ticketing handhelds outside of our buildings beyond our Wi-Fi. It was unrealistic to get in there quickly, so they went with a cellular-based solution.
So just to get it straight, is anybody putting in or already has density wireless Wi-Fi in their stadiums? Anybody? Yeah, no, I like to support.
In the
advertise
suites,
and say
I would say in our suites we do.
I'm talking about general
Yeah.
assignment seating, 25,000, 40,000 seats. Yeah.
Cooked in a microwave.
We've heard about other stadiums, like professional ones that are doing that. They're like putting antennas under the seats and stuff like that.
Yeah, outdoor high density, yeah.
That's pretty expensive.
Seems like a lot of the headsets in the field we're seeing visiting teams use before. We have a little bit of conflict there too. We haven't got anywhere close to the field. It's just boxes and big areas.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thanks very much. So I think we're on break right now. If we can get back here to resume at, 2:15, I think we'll still be on schedule. We just check. What? Is that all right?
This is actually this is targeted. It's really targeted.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's a side thing. I've been paying attention to this for a while. One of your predecessors is going to
I can do most of it. High school. So you're actually trying to.
I need to buy some more because that wasn't about
I think we got enough material.
But, so I hear something. But the only
No. Crime came out. They don't have mistakes. They decide how to deal with that. During that time, they because they only want to train them. That's very good. Okay, well, they're like, well, we love the arena, we love the arena, we're doing it. I said, well, how don't you do these drawings? I do have that. So they produce PDFs and send a couple.
Well, Leslie said, you are your sharks, and remember,
I knew
it's not your
it
sharks.
was bad anyway.
Okay, as long as you learn about the sharks, it's fine.
You want the arena, well, what about, or do you want to do my doors?
Feeding us some more? It's on segment. Did you watch the safety we've looked at it.
Yeah. That's what I need to I included on. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. There going to be
measure on us calendar year, fiscal year. Well, yeah, it's too bad.
Well, he's actually almost fine.
Okay, well, all right, thank you.
This should be.
What did you start when you were 5 years old?
Yeah, we have to look at the infrastructure of the city.
Well, look at your LinkedIn page.
So you're testing these years.
Yeah. I know you're there.
Oh, okay, so that's what.
Because I remember talking to you.
This did close. I was just pulling down. That's just one. Yes, I
So you're probably there when it happens.
Well, sorry.
These days, they're just banned. We found a number of significant studies. Our favorite thing was to send. In the old days, you'd have the small message.
I know there is.
Well, we figured out how to hack it to send like random.
So forward.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That actually, that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's why I told my dad.
Definitely from
Great, and so that was Sunrise 77. And, you know, messed around with that. Some of my friends. So we played with the 360. Last month, about a day, we were one night messing around. And actually, I think this might have actually been. Yeah, so
This one.
And there were some good numbers starting.
It was pretty well established, but we would always go.
Are you sure you still haven't heard enough from me already?
Well, I'm pretty sure.
I think it was 10 cents a seat or something. We'd sit and play a bunch all week. Play games or. Yeah, we ride our bikes. And then we discovered.
What do I need to do?
Yeah, penny whistle. Yeah, I built a penny whistle 300-watt modem. And I never. I worked
The most recent.
I'm not sure why it's in there.
So I had it 3 times.
Oh, you did?
Oh, it's just that one.
But this is not, so I downloaded everything.
I uploaded it 3 times, and so it was in his Google Drive 3 times. I didn't realize it didn't track versions.
Okay, so is that like the right?
Yeah, it has a conclusion on this one.
Alright, so we'll get,
So
those two hold. No. Share the. I should show the second customer.
the second one over here. Start screen share, and then I'm going to drag my PowerPoint over there.
We're just starting PowerPoint. Display over here, you know.
Oh, awesome. Perfect. I can get started right now.
Did you get everyone?
No, but
Sure.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What?
What does that mean?
What is a network of networks? Hopefully we can find it.
The DMC guy is talking about.
yeah, I'm not going to put the shit.
I thought a couple of times. Talk about that.
Yeah, so.
That door.
That's awesome. I can still rest.
No, wait, no, I'm ready. There's under the side. This is gonna show you my side or something.
I'm not sure.
Raise a second.
Oh, yeah.
We'll chat.
Okay. Todd's up now for his talk on. So, I guess I just want to start off with a disclaimer where Kelly was encouraging more participation. I think I'm one of those people that's up here participating because I was motivated, not because I know what I'm doing. So, for this next presentation, again, I welcome your feedback, I welcome your input, and I welcome your ideas. I see a lot of value in sharing ideas with other institutions, and I see that as being the real magic of Westnet. So, to start off, we have the next, my presentation and Kelly's and Michelle's, or mine and Michelle's and Kelly's, that will follow are all kind of related in terms of BYU and more strategic, not so much tactical or technical, but just kind of rethinking some of what we're doing and why we're doing it with our network architecture as we look to the future and kind of what is our network over the next 10 years. And so we'll get some more into just the general themes, but the idea of the network of networks. So backing up even a little, just very general terms, the internet was designed to be kind of a network of networks. Back in the early days, regional, or not regional, but even campus-specific networks are popping up. We need the ability to connect and to interconnect different local networks. This is kind of the genesis for Internet Transmission Control Protocol, TCP/IP. I pulled this from Wikipedia, this little snippet of the article on history of the internet. It talks about how the TCP/IP specification RFC 675 contains the first attested use of the term internet as being a shorthand for internetworking, and the idea being that we needed to be able to connect the network, the internet needed to reduce its complexity down to the bare minimum and just to move packets really quickly so that we could join any two networks together. Our problem statement, following the format that Kelly's proposed, is that the role of our campus networks has changed and we need to rethink what we're doing overall. So in the early days, the network was viewed as a complete solution. We talked with our faculty members, we talked with a lot of our people who've been around for a while, and the network includes all of the World Wide Web. It includes all of our printers, all of our file servers. This is the network. We see this almost on a weekly basis when we have a priority 1 incident and it comes out that there's a network outage. It may be that our data center is offline, but it's a network outage as far as our end users are concerned. And IT support is really the one-stop shop for solving all of the network problems. A lot of the problems, a lot of the challenges that we're facing, if I were to put my finger on it, I think that one of the earlier presenters talked about this. It's that we have kind of a diverging role of the network. We have general purpose computing, amplified significantly by bring your own device, pulling the network one way. So we want very general purpose computing. We want Netflix, we want Hulu, we want YouTube, We want Dropbox and all of these things that we can't really fit our arms around, but everybody wants them. And then on the other side, we have high-performance special purpose networks that are pulling us a different direction, saying we need 10 gigabit. We need faster than 10 gigabit. We need to be able to transfer data from point A to point B faster than FedEx and less expensively. It's really hard when you try and balance those two different use cases and design to the lowest common denominator. So our current architecture, the way we're set up right now, this is a simplified view of our campus network. On the right side over here, we have all of our access switches, which aggregate into our building routers, which cross-connect into Core A and Core B. And then this is our core-to-border path right here. We have content filters to help protect our students and our campus from some of the bad things out on the internet. We have our traffic shaper, and then our border firewall and our border router. Kelly showed earlier a snippet of what his speed test looks like. Largely that's because we have a 10 gig peering link from Google Fiber, so I think Kelly's house is like 2 hops off of campus, if even 2 hops. We have the same arrangement with Veracity, and then we have links out to UEN, and that connects us back into the internet. For cost reasons, most of this border to core is we have single devices that have as much internal redundancy as possible, but we don't have redundant devices in this path. We have cold spares for a lot of the line cards and some of the modules in these devices, but we just haven't had the funding traditionally that we could even have redundant chassis for much of this equipment. Over time, as we talk about kind of the special purpose nature separating out, so this is our general purpose network. As we talk about some of the special use cases, we now have people coming to us and saying the general purpose network isn't sufficient for what we need to do. So in our architecture, we've kind of we've designed some special lanes of traffic that bypass some of this general purpose border for the campus. PCI data we need to keep isolated, and we need to keep it separated from a lot of what we do. So we have an MPLS separation and MPLS lanes specifically for PCI data. Our athletics program has come to us and complained that they need incredibly fast data transfers to other schools, and our general network just isn't fast enough. With the firewalling, with the constant attacks we're under, they need their own ISP or something like it. And so we've given them a path that takes a different path around our content filters, our packet shaper, and our border firewall. And to our network engineers' credit, athletics has reported back that they're seeing actual throughputs that are about twice as fast for many of their downloads as they get on Google Fiber. So it's pretty nice when someone says Google Fiber is nice, but you're twice as fast. So we'll take that. That's as good as it gets from them. Research data, or as we're going to talk about in subsequent slides, the science DMZ and other use cases. We regularly have people come to us to justify why they're not like everyone else and they need prioritized bandwidth out of our border router. So this architecture overall, the problem statement, if we boil it down into the challenges it presents and the symptoms it presents, it's a question of complexity. And if there's one point Kelly's driven home to me, it's that every Westnet presentation should talk about complexity in one facet or another. So the specific complexities that this type of network architecture has introduced, network address translation is one, trying to fight the IP address crunch that we've had just over the past decades, introduces a lot of complexity. One of the challenges we have, I think everyone struggles with this, is as we have all these bring your own devices on campus, consumer-focused protocols present real challenges when applied in an enterprise network. Things like Bonjour and MDNS are hard things for us to deal with and to really understand organizationally, where they fit in our network architecture. Content filtering is something that BYU does and will likely continue to do for a long time. It's pretty taxing and pretty difficult. Firewalls and MPLS are two other things that we have specific reasons why we use it, but they add complexity to our campus network. The symptoms we hear from our users are things like the network is too brittle and it breaks really easily, or when we ask someone to do something and they say, oh, I can't do that for you, only so-and-so can handle that. he's the only one who even understands it. Or the statement that our network architecture is too complex. If you want to know how it works, just go check the configurations of the hardware, because that's less complex. So those are kind of some of the symptoms. Our vision and where we see the architecture moving over the next few years, we want to redesign the campus border. Right now, single hardware devices are a problem for us. Granted, that costs a lot of money, and that's the main reason we haven't done it previously, but we'd like to redesign the border. Having one border specifically for our science DMZ, for our research traffic, another main general campus border for the campus traffic, which we believe is different in nature than housing for the most part, and adding a third housing border for housing specifically. And then designing the borders so that in the event of an outage on one, it can fail over to the other borders. So this is a complex slide. Don't worry about digesting and understanding how everything's configured. We've taken that previous slide and rotated it 90 degrees because it fit better on here, but we keep all our access switches across the bottom, aggregating to our building routers. One other challenge that we have is right now our two cores exist in our same data center, so we have just a challenge waiting to happen there if something ever happened in the data center. We'd like to separate those out into different sites, understanding that there are significant costs with a second potential fiber ring. But then here are the three borders that I talked about. One border devoted specifically to the research, to the science DMZ, our main campus border, and then the housing border. Having the three of these fail over with BGP or something like that. And then the different routes, the different paths they take to the internet, and the different functions. Housing, we see a lot of gaming, a lot of Netflix, and a lot of Akamai video, potentially, things that we could solve with an Akamai cache. General campus traffic, we see a lot of things. We do see some of the same. We see a significant amount of Netflix and YouTube on campus. And so leveraging one or more ISPs, something that we want to look at seriously is Netflix caching and Akamai caching. We're in a little bit of a challenge with our current border. Backing up to this, should have had these two slides right next to each other. One of the challenges we face is we negotiated a contract with our main campus ISP with Integra a few years ago, and we negotiated the contract that was favorable at the time to set a minimum threshold. So we get up to 4 gigabits of bandwidth, but we pay a set rate. That's great if we're using that much bandwidth, which we aren't right now, but it makes it very difficult to say we might entertain multiple ISPs, because if we're already paying for bandwidth we aren't using on one, it's pretty hard to justify bringing in another ISP. So as we talk about this network of networks, as we talk about multiple borders, as we look at renewing these contracts and what we want to do with the ISPs in the future, I think that we want to look for a straight pay-as-we-go model. That makes it much more palatable to say, whether it's coming through this link or through this link, we aren't paying that wasted bandwidth overhead. So in short, this is kind of, we also separate into kind of functions, and then over time we'd like to look at how we can assign specific people. So separate out the engineering functions so that someone as a network engineer may be assigned to access and distribution layers, or core to border, or border and ISP likely would go together, but have more separation of responsibilities. Right now we have a team of a bunch of very devoted people, each understanding kind of specific pieces of the network, but for the most part being end-to-end engineers. In order to scale to much greater, exponentially larger networks, I think we have to get into more specialization there. So that's one of our long-term goals, not anything that we can change overnight. Talking about the separation of responsibilities, to really scale to larger sizes, we have to be able to divide up the responsibilities there. And one of our goals with this is to enable user self-service. So we want to reuse as much of the physical campus network as possible. We don't want to have multiple jacks strung to each office that serve different distinct use cases, but to give users the ability to say, you know what, this jack right here, I want it on the Science DMZ today, but tomorrow I may want it on the general campus network. So our initial rollout would be some way that users could reprogram, switch VLANs as necessary to repurpose their their office connection so that they can pick different distinct paths. Long term, our goal is to be able to do that very dynamically and very intelligently using some more intelligent NAC services or device registration services, be able to say, I know who my users are. If my users authenticate to the network, and if I know what their devices are, I ought to be able to put a device in the proper VLAN regardless of where it connects. And then to design a network to do that so that the network experience is really user-centric and device-centric at that point and not so much geographically based. That's kind of our end goal and where we'd like to be with our vision of the network of networks, so that from one entry point, whether it's wired or wireless, you get the same experience based on who you are and what device you're connecting.
How does that goal play into your desire to reduce complexity?
So again, I believe firmly that we don't ever create or destroy complexity. The law of conservation of complexity. We only recycle it and turn it around. I think that some of that becomes how much complexity do we want to put on the user and how much do we want to take on ourselves and how much can we outsource or abstract to vendors. And so I think one of the biggest holdups for that is I don't know that I'm seeing mature enough technologies in SDN yet. And I think that that's really kind of one of the key turning points right there that will make that much more possible. But I would rather outsource that to a vendor and not keep that complexity in-house if possible. But it may be that I just can't find the vendor that shares that vision exactly.
There was a great keynote at NANOG last week by David Meyer. It was about complexity and talking about robust yet fragile, and every time you add complexity, you make something fragile somewhere else. Give some examples, and you can Google that. And it's why I gave that information to Marla, and it's a little off topic here, but it just talks about how you gauge complexity and realizing that it's the complexity that adds the services and adds the features and things that we want. We just have to be aware of where it actually causes problems.
That's great. I'm interested in reading more about that.
You know, as I thought about this, I think about its analogy in the server world, right? Much virtualization. Did virtualization add complexity, or did it make it so we could scale more? You know, just by having that abstraction layer, now you can create virtual services you want, so managing a whole bunch of boxes. In a similar way here, you know, if we could say, look, just install commodity hardware, right? It's not specific to a particular area of campus, and that we have this, you know, secret sauce magic layer that makes it so that all of that, what we do today by hand, is done automatically when you plug in. To set your VLAN or set where we're at, whether that's software-defined networking or something more advanced.
So then, in conclusion, and again, this is not intended to be a particularly technical presentation, more just kind of a forward thinking. Here's kind of our overall direction we're headed and where we're going. Kelly introduced me to Nicholas Carr, who I guess is labeled as a heretic in many of the IT circles, for suggesting some of the themes that he's suggested. But I've been pretty intrigued reading his book, The Big Switch. Now, granted, I'm still in the first chapter. That shows you how slowly I read. But in the book, making the connection and saying, you know, in the mid-19th century, manufacturing facilities produced their own power. Having a water wheel was a competitive advantage over everyone else, and you could create railway spikes much cheaper than manual labor factories by having this water wheel. It took about 50 years until the power grids extended into these places, where now the power grid costs a fraction of what your water wheel costs to maintain, and now everyone has electricity. Being connected to the power grid is kind of the price of entry. It's no longer a competitive advantage, and I'm assuming over the next 10 chapters of the book that he's going to draw the correlation that we're sitting on that same precipice with computing right now. As cloud services come in and offer compute as a service, we may not be there yet, and I think there are a lot of people who would argue that back and forth, but how are we becoming more and more like that? Computing and compute cycles are becoming commoditized. The network is still very geographically tied, but I see that as being something that's on that radar. And at perhaps a higher level, our users in our buildings, we give every office in our building has at least 3 or 4 110-volt electrical outlets. we don't have instructions on what you can connect to that. We don't have user guides. We don't have people who walk around and help you plug in your devices. And yet we put a network connection right next to it, and we assign a whole lot more rules and regulations about how we use that network connection, how you use that Ethernet jack. We don't worry about devices plugging into the electrical outlets and bringing down the entire campus power grid, but we do worry about that with our network. So I think there need to be some considerations over time. This is kind of a scary world. The earlier presentation this morning, he talked about how the campus network used to be trusted as kind of this pristine campus network. Now we've got users bringing in more bad things than you can imagine. And so we're looking at the second border that needs to exist at the jack level. How do we design those circuit breakers for the network so that when you plug in a device that starts doing bad things, we cut it off at the access layer and not letting that bad traffic propagate through our entire network and attack our network. So these are some of the design considerations, some of the challenges we're facing and the direction we want to go. This is a very much to be continued presentation, and hope to keep you updated over the next few Westnets. What are you guys doing? How do you protect your campus border or your campus access layer? What are some of the precautions you take there?
Most people over the last couple of years, we've got into the common things we all got to deal with all the time with rogue DHCP servers and snooping.
Right.
Most classes of equipment are using as an option. Part storage has always been a problem because when you show two jacks in a room and somebody accidentally plugs their hub into both of them, going back to the same switch, we all feel it. COP policies in the Cisco world are at least keeping us in a manageable state. Maybe we lose a building. Those have been our two biggest players in avoid the state to reduce the pain of people listening here and plugging in.
We've gone down the whole NAC road for many years now. I know not everybody here has, but NAC is a big way to protect that edge.
Are you seeing effectiveness? So with the NAC, are you requiring security scans? Are you requiring patch levels in Windows, antivirus?
You know, we just kicked out our Cisco Clean Access for Packet Fence, the open source version. Yes. Clean, easy, quick. Boom.
So no more security scans, no more antivirus?
We never did. And we just, unless there was a presidential or CIO mandate, we weren't going to get that far. We just kicked out our CIO, so.
So how do you protect against a compromised mail server? We have one compromised mail server on campus that.
Part of my doom and gloom.
Oh, so more to follow. Can't jump the gun on that. But other thoughts or concerns or questions, feedback, guidance.
Port security is one of our other things, just to limit the amount of devices hitting an Ethernet port.
So MAC address restrictions per port.
People, the only time it really bites us is when we're lighting up a lot of different virtual machines. But follow the help desk and make adjustments.
I think we rolled that out in a couple buildings a few years ago and ended up with a bunch of people with pitchforks and torches outside our building and backed it off pretty quick for every building but our own, apparently.
The theme of rolling out security and having none roll back, especially in NAC, is very common.
Yeah, we've relaxed some of our NAC restrictions, so we're looking at options and weighing considerations. I'm happy to come back and kind of report where we go.
Talk about this. What's the equivalent analogy of a 20 amp circuit breaker? And that's what protects that 110 volt outlet. Is somewhere close by is a 20 amp circuit breaker, 15 amps now. And it's got to be cheap. I mean, it can't be a $200,000 firewall.
If we can deliver the same jolt as sticking your hairpin in that wall socket, the person who clicks on the spam, then they learn.
Doesn't that work?
Business opportunity.
It's the whole scene perception, trying to put ourselves in the user's shoes too, because they get very upset with us when we ask too many questions or our NACs take too long to scan. Making it so unfriendly, people don't want to use it, so I think we're all trying to avoid that as well.
I've got 5 minutes left. I'll share an experience that happened with us the last few weeks. We have one of our colleges, one of our departments, has a compromised mail server. And from time to time, this mail server starts attacking, becomes part of a distributed denial of service attack, flooding our campus network. I think at its peak one day, we clocked it generating about 650,000 packets per second, just empty UDP packets, no data. Caught these across our border firewall as they were leaving our campus. So we called the administrator for the machine and said, "You've got a problem here, you've got to fix it." And his response was, "Tell me what IP address I'm attacking and I'll block it." He said, "Well, that's not going to work particularly well." But we gave him the IP address, he blocked it. Another similar attack about 24 hours later against a different host. Call him, go through this thing. Finally, we got to the point where we said, "You know what, this is the 7th time in 7 days, and you're bringing down our campus network. We've got to disable your port." Well, you can't disable our port because I've got a switch, and our departmental web server and mail server and everything are running off that 1 gigabit port. So you can't take it down. We had, in fact, taken it down, and while we were on the phone, his faculty started calling and complaining that they couldn't get email. So we agreed that we'd bring it back up, but we'd bring it back up and rate limit it to 10 megabits per second because we felt that that wouldn't bring down our campus firewall and wouldn't be able to move as many packets. We haven't heard anything from him since. The agreement was you get 2 weeks to rebuild the mail server. We understand that it takes time, so we'll give you 10 megabits for 2 weeks. And we're at a month, and the issue is all but closed because we're no longer attacking everyone else. And that's one of the challenges we face is we have very large, not granular enough knobs at this point to control that. And so we're working towards that and actively looking for a solution. So with that, beginning of a long voyage, and we'll report back in subsequent Westnets and keep you up to speed on where we're going. Michelle's going to talk to us about another aspect of our future network of networks. All right.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to take that.
So listening to Kelly, I heard him say 12 years before he gave a presentation. This is my first, so thank you. I'm actually excited to be here. I'm from BYU, and my name is Michelle Bennett, and I'm going to talk about how the internet world is scaling. With the internet world, it's scaling exponentially because of the new devices and technologies that are emerging. And it's providing information right at our fingertips. With the new devices, such as the smartphones, the tablets, even the smart glasses that are out there, we are continually having information pushed constantly. This instant access sets an expectation that it's only going to continue to grow. The internet is our global pathway, and obviously you guys all know that we access that through static and dynamic addresses. And the problem is, I know you asked a question about IPv6, and hopefully this is going to give you some reasons of why we're moving towards IPv6. So in the 1970s, as you guys know, the original design of the IP addresses were designed without the expectation of this unlimited devices out there. And so the structure was limited, of course. And it created a complex solution for us to be able to expand the limited addresses that we had to use, and doing that created more complex solutions, and it also limited our reach so that we no longer had that global access all the time. It also, with this, the world, if we go across the whole world, we are today with the allocation of addresses in the Internet Protocol, we're basically at that point where we are depleting them. And now today, companies are going to the new Internet Protocol addresses. And by doing that, it's creating holes in our Internet. And as we researched this, as I researched this, this was probably one of the biggest things, is that now it's not just an internal problem, it's how people are actually being able to come and access our sites. And so it's kind of twofold as you look at it. It's creating those holes, hindering accessibility and visibility in some cases. So the time is right to move to the IP version 6. It will give us the virtually unlimited addresses that are out there and support the growing need of devices that are used by consumers. As the IPv6 protocol is unique and not tied to a local address, the network devices can have that global reach through V6. This global uniqueness eliminates the need to have the local solution to create those additional resources that we spoke about. And as pure IPv6 will not be possible for many years, implementing both of them together will allow us that global access as well as be able to have the devices that are out there get what they expect to get, which is that global access. As one of our colleagues, I'm going to read this as a quote, he said, this is why we should go to IPv6. I think IPv6, or excuse me, I think IPv4 is much like Windows XP. XP was solid and well used and light and is still functional, but the world has moved on. The same is becoming true with IPv4. It works, but it's obsolete. Much of the old equipment that use IPv4 today will die and then be replaced. We need to spend our resources moving forward onto IPv6 instead of continuing support of the obsolete v4. And I think that's pretty true, and that's the vision that we see, is we truly do need to go to v6, and that's where BYU is headed. If you want to know, this is Kelly's car. And then we have some other mugs that are just some stuff that we're using for marketing as well. So our approach, BYU's approach is broken out into 3 phases that I'm going to go over with you. The first one is we're working on enabling IPv6 routing within BYU's RN. We did this by getting the signed v6 prefix from Aaron and entering it into the border router. We also created an MPLS path. As Todd mentioned, we have done this with a few other things. We're also doing it with v6, and we're doing it through the network core and the information technology building and data center. So we have those 3. And this provides us with a pure path of v6 to be able to go from BYU to the internet. We also wanted to achieve, behind on my clicking, we also wanted to activate the DNSSEC for v6 and DHCP, but we didn't complete this because we do need to go back and upgrade our internet protocol management system there, administration system. We have also finalized the UAN support of IPv6 to BYU and provided a dual stack capability on the ITB VLAN for a pilot so that we can investigate and continue to study and learn, but also continue to do our business. We are still studying the security implementations of v6, and this is to allow us to discover what type of capable firewalls and things that we need. And we are, as I mentioned, upgrading the IPAM services in QUIP so that we can natively support the version 6, as well as upgrade other application software to provide the v6 DNS and DHCP services. As campus buildings are upgraded to that next generation, the wired and wireless infrastructure that we're implementing, we are thinking about how to implement that dual stack for the v6 as well, so that we can truly say that our buildings do support that next generation of networking. We are also investigating some of our major devices that are out here, and as you can see here, the IP telephony is one of the first things that we are looking at. We wanted to do this test prior to coming here, but as you know, things get in the way. Critical versus strategy sometimes conflicts a little bit there. And so what we're doing is we're setting up a lab that will actually have a version 4 IP phone as well as v6, and our newer phones are dual stack. So this will be a true test to see if our dual stack phones can work with version 4 still. And so this is one of the tests that we plan on doing. We've also set up a reverse proxy layer, and this will have a specific IP address that will allow us to have a web front and then on the back end use the V4. And we have actually tested this as of today.
Right now, it's working on IPv6.
It's working. So, as of an hour
That's
ago.
right, brought it up, just right.
Yep, it was great timing.
We don't have P6 here, so I had to RDP at the home and get going to Google Fiber.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
With the reverse proxy, we hope that that will also allow us to help with some other services across campus to be able to continue that type of setup with them to make sure that we can get IPv6 out where we can as possible. The other thing that we're looking at, CES is our church educational system. So as you read this, that's what I'm referring to here. As we look at ways to expand IPv6 internally, we also want to work with our sister entities and make sure that our campus networking solutions are something that we can use across all of our, or introduce to all of our entities. So we are working with them as well, and working with the CIOs to make sure it is appropriate solutions that we're working on to move forward with. In phase 3, we are looking at how to enable IPv in the distribution switches across campus. And this will provide our dual stack protocol capability into each of the buildings. And this, again, will just support the rollout of IPv6 across campus. We are also encouraging all campus technical groups, such as our computer support representatives, to enable the dual stack. We started this, Brent actually just handed out a section of addresses, an allocation of addresses to our computer science and chemistry departments. And basically what we've done with the structure is we've kind of defined that internally and then allowed them to use that last /64. No, yes, I said that right. Pardon? /56. 56, I knew I was going to say that wrong. Thank you. To be able to manage that within their department as they need to. This does create a common way to look at addresses from a campus-wide perspective, but also gives the autonomy to those individual departments to do what they need to with their subnets. Okay. We are looking at completing the conversion projects for IPv6, and as we do this, we need to continue to identify the different devices that are out there that are not compatible and look for ways to mitigate that position with funding so that we can get them to either be compatible or replaced. We're also looking at completing the capability of the data center hosted systems to utilize the dual stack protocol support to the campus and to the internet. The other thing we're doing is with the peering, we have we are currently peered with Integra Telecom, UEN, Veracity, and Google for IPv6. So that's a good win for us. And moving forward, we are, the incentives always help. So as we're looking at pushing and rolling out IPv6, we are looking at ways to incentivize the campus. Whenever there's change, you always need to sometimes dangle that carrot in front of some people. And so this is a way that we can incentivize. For example, if we have a college that is IPv6 enabled, perhaps maybe we can offer to have them tap the enterprise funding to pay the monthly core charges, something like that. The next one is as new applications come into the network, we want to influence them to use only IPv6 when possible. BYU's been able to move forward with this initiative because of the internal collaboration. This group over here has been great to go through all these phases and working through these phases. And we have focused on awareness, compatibility, and proof of concept so that we can test and share our experiences with others. The awareness, of course, the more engineers understand the why behind IPv6, the sooner people will share the vision of moving towards IPv6. The compatibility, as we discover equipment, we need to ensure that they are compatible with IPv6. And when we understand that, it helps us with the scope of where we need to go for the implementation. And proof of concept, displaying how it can work at an enterprise level, obviously will help others kind of jump on the road to IPv6 as well. Engaging others in IPv6 has been a conversation that's helped us with our other entities as well. And the more IPv6 is in the conversation, the more real it becomes. And it's been a good, we've created an IPv6 listserv, which allows us to have discussions, and it's been a good conversation to get the different perspective, not just internally within our own area, but with our sister entities as well. Although these are small steps, we are starting and moving in the right direction. And we feel like we've made a lot of progress this year. The time has passed to wait. IPv6 is here, and we need to think about what it will take to get us to that next level. And we believe that with the peering that we have established and the steps that we have taken, that hopefully by the end of this year we'll have as much as 20% of our traffic become IPv6. And that's all I have. Do you have any other things that have worked for you with implementing IPv6? Yes.
Carl again from the University of Denver. A couple of years ago, I was privileged to present at our university's Diversity Summit for Inclusive Excellence. Usually those kind of events are more about underprivileged minorities, skin color, ethnic background, gender issues, things like that. I presented the proposal for this presentation as haves versus have-nots, where IPv4 just doesn't have enough address space to include everybody. So as you're proposing a way forward for trying to implement IPv6 at an institution, you might consider that as another avenue for trying to get champions, for trying to get support for that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, I heard that VPNs are essentially going to go away with IPv6. Has anybody heard about that? Because it can do IPsec and over that new protocol.
IPsec is native in IPsec.
So like VPNs will be going away, possibly, things like that.
They won't go away.
Yeah,
That's actually
In another way.
It's a good protocol, so it's not technically on top of it.
Our biggest challenge, we've done limited stuff with it. It's available on campus. We're starting to talk to the internet a little bit more, but even on campus, the last presentation talked about the positives, and it looks like a network problem. So many of the applications, including things like Internet Explorer, they have a routable IPv6 address. They can try that for some odd amount of time, 15 seconds, before they'll fall back and forth. But regardless of the insight you're trying to get to, support it, or if it's routable back to you. Other issues I'm hesitating to continue to put it out. What we're seeing right now is just peering throughout the world. As we start to peer IPv6, I can see it from like upstream Trojan, but not all looking glass. I can see myself coming back. So they're kind of taking their time on the B2B side, which makes the network look a little bit slower. So we're doing it in limited batches inside of OIT. And the biggest asset from the help desk, they went ahead and made the global policies like we talked about earlier. They turned off IPv6 policies. So it's there, it's not there. But for managing equipment, our own equipment internal, telephones, that was a great idea. That's on my list. It's low-hanging fruit that we can all go after, I guess, for now.
That 20% figure is an easy one to estimate, because once you have dual stack, then all your traffic to Google
Yep.
is over IPv6. That's about 20% of our traffic.
Can you give an example of how you're trying to incentivize parties?
The only example I have was if they if they do enable the IPv6, and Kelly, you might be able to talk to this more, but that we would basically take the charge and use enterprise funding to pay that charge.
We currently charge port charges to departments. It's out of the budget. And we've been looking for a way to do that differently, and this seems like an incentive. Let's use that transition we're going to do anyway to start encouraging departments to start transitioning to dual stack. Once we have it available in the building, if you become dual stack enabled in your devices, we'll give you money to pay your port charges. Great incentive.
There's another incentive that I think we've inadvertently offered, and that's that IPv6 traffic right now takes one of those bypass lanes. And so there's a lot of IPv4 congestion getting out of our border. And so if you use V6, you get the priority lanes off. So,
what happens to your content filter in that lane?
Yeah, well, exactly. It's not implemented on these.
That's like an examination before you.
Exactly, yeah. So we use the UN content filter, the IBOS system, and I just read on the release notes they now support IPv6. I don't think anybody has tested it yet, but that's something that this summer I want to try doing is like you said, if students use IPv6, they're getting through our content filter, which we only have limited areas. But yeah, there's a lot of things, especially security, that you can make IPv6 work pretty easily, but then there's a lot of things that can work outside that.
Okay.
So, go ahead. Thanks. On our campus, we're being pretty cautious about rolling this out, and so we go to the conferences as they come around, and we're trying to learn more about it internally, but we're not exactly trying to incentivize that. And to some degree, we're worried about be careful what you ask for because you might get it kind of scenario. And I'm curious if you're seeing any of that on your campus as you roll this out.
We're still in the pilot stage, and so there's only a few of us that are using the IPv6 right now. You guys want to talk any more to that?
Sure. Can you elaborate more on your questions?
Well, just you're encouraging departments to say, yes, we're doing IPv6 so that we can avoid this port charge.
Sure.
Do you have any takers on that? And if you do, are you seeing like an uptick in support calls or whatever?
So we're not quite that far along. That's a future activity, obviously. But Todd talked about this building enablement, what we're calling the next gen building. Our goal is that we're close to being ready to turning on dual stack in a building when it becomes next gen enabled. So that's, in some sense, it's probably going to happen on a building by building basis.
So I probably didn't say this. I meant to. So we have 3 phases, and we're in phase 2. So.
I was just going to say, there's one thing that we learned. We rolled out IPv6 campus-wide several years ago, and IP addresses people are used to memorizing and typing in. As you know, IPv6 addresses are way long. So, for instance, in our firewall, we started using dynamic DNS names and the next-gen firewall concept. You don't want to have to track down users by IP address, by IPv6 IP address. Rather, you can do it via username with the Active Directory integration or dynamic DNS name. So just the whole concept of users shouldn't have to touch IPv6 addresses. The DNS names, the Pixel make that comment already. DNS names are much more.
And have you guys had good luck with the DHCP side of this for IPv6?
Not that far along.
That's been our stopping point here recently, because we don't want to move too much further close. But, it's the DHCP we get down, the DNS behind it, so you can actually know who that user is. It's tough with all the vendors. They're just not listening to anybody on that.
Good. Thank you.
Marla, what's next?
He's talking about the Internet of BYU things.
Yeah, Kelly, you got it.
Yes. Got too many windows open up here. We're going to need Alex's help here. Brought up too many windows, I suppose. Can't get this.
No, I have this problem with laptop. I think it's non-responsive.
So Alex just told us that this is Dave's fault.
Yeah, it's his laptop. So what's up with your PowerPoint, dude?
24 windows open at once.
Yeah, don't handle all these windows open at once.
I can't close your windows.
So let me just talk a little bit about what some more of what we've elaborated on a little bit while we're trying to get this up and running. Chad and I went to an IPv6 conference a year ago. Basically, it was in 2013. We went to the Rocky Mountain IPv6 Forum. And we'd done nothing up until that point. I mean, absolutely nothing with it. It just seemed like that was the kind of catalyst that caused us to get started. At least in my mind, it's raised this awareness that here's a project that there's not any real time deadline on yet, right? But we know this is inevitable. So let's get started on it now, and we'll work at it on our own pace. And so I highly recommend that you send some of your technical staff to some of these kind of conferences. Michelle's going to go to the one in August, isn't it? It's in Denver.
That's September 23rd.
September. 24th. Yes. So I'd encourage you to send some of your staff there. If nothing else, I mean, there's some good tutorials by all means, but if nothing else, it just kind of gives them a sense of feel for this is a good move, and let's start working toward that. The other thing I'd like to say is we talked about just in time. I want to thank Brent and Mark and others. They got that website going like 11:30 this morning, right? And so talk about just in time getting it ready and ready to work. So, but in any case, we don't expect it. We'll always have it as www.6.byu.edu. The real power of this is having the same DNS names with both A and Quad A records, so that it just naturally starts drawing the traffic gravitationally, if you will, towards your campus. Okay.
There's a really good slide deck at Cisco Live this year for practical deployment of IP version 6. Long one. A lot of really heavy experts in the field. I mean, it wasn't just Cisco. They brought in Microsoft experts and a lot of different opinions. Real practical stuff, including how to go all the way down your wireless structure and just use IP version.
Sure. I can't tell you how much I've learned by just having a dual stack environment, sitting at my workstation and just trying stuff out. Right? You learn about Slack. You learn about all kinds of stuff just playing with it. So I encourage you to get started somewhere. There's probably not a deadline for this for you, for the most part, but just get started. Okay, so my part of this presentation theme is the Internet of BYU things, and it kind of leverages a little bit what Todd and Michelle have talked about, and so let's talk a little bit about the problem context for what I wish to discuss with you today. So BYU is facing a future crisis. I always like your problems that sound like that, right? A future crisis in the scaling of its campus internet, to serve more than just human communication. Todd talked about this network of networks. We've typically had users that are individuals, right? Humans that wish to communicate with each other or with systems, and we think that that's going to change for our campus. Our current connection architectures are too expensive for the types of devices that will be increasingly connected at BYU. And specifically with machine-to-machine communication, we can expect that the number of network devices will be orders of magnitude higher than the current human communications devices. Okay, our numbers, this is wireless devices, right? Our numbers are ranging between 40 and 50,000 devices a day. So we've got this high watermark thing that tells the number of wireless devices connected across the campus, and it's about 50,000. Now that's a lot of them, probably your phones in people's pockets that aren't touching the network. They're just connected to the network. But they are connected. And I guess I'm suggesting that orders of magnitude is that we're going to have 400,000 connected. And what do we do with that kind of environment, and what are they? Maybe that's the first thing we've got to answer. So let's take a sidebar tutorial for just a minute, if we could, and talk about what is the Internet of Things. So what are these other internets that we are expecting is going to happen at BYU and at your campuses as well? So first of all, it's human-to-human communication. That's already there, and that's what we typically have thought of the Internet and our campus networks for. It's so that I can communicate with Todd and Michelle and Mark and Brent and Brad via email and maybe via FaceTime and all these other kinds of tools that are now available so that humans can communicate better. My grandkids finally got me to sign up for Instagram. And I just barely got on Instagram a few weeks ago because we were going to go on a trip, and they wanted to see all of the places that we were going, and so they convinced me to sign up for Instagram. That's human-to-human communication. Okay. There's also human-to-information system communication, which is most of what we do. We're logging into websites. We're accessing information in information systems somewhere in the world. And that's in large measure what has built the Internet today on the backs of these two major types of communication. And so that leaves then two other types, human-to-machine and machine-to-machine communication. And this is where I believe the growth is going to occur. Now, I guess I should have told you. I thought I had a reference, a book that I got this information from, so I'll see if I can find the reference later. Okay, so here's a Venn diagram that describes those different types of communications. We have human-to-human, right, and machine-to-machine communication. Now, I'm just kind of lumping in a general sense this human-to-machine as including information systems and other kinds of activity where a human is interacting with some piece of equipment. MIH is kind of an interesting one from this author's perspective. This is a machine in human. So this is places like smart pacemakers. And can you just imagine someone hacking at your pacemaker with a distributed denial of service attack? But that's what that little bubble is there. And this represents then, if this is the Internet, as we say today, then the Internet of Things is, I guess, all of this, I guess. Well, I guess it's actually this. And the Internet of Everything, which Cisco likes to use the term, is all of it, right? And this Venn diagram is probably not very accurate because that's probably a huge circle compared to what this one is today. Okay, so that's kind of a tutorial from my perspective as to what the Internet of Things is, and we're going to specifically talk about BYU Things. So in January of 2014, our CIO made this statement to me, and I didn't write it down. It's not like I took shorthand. He actually wrote this to me. But he said this. He said, find ways of integrating Internet of Things thinking into our daily lives at BYU. Perhaps display metrics or performance monitoring in interesting ways. Thus our theme of soft metrics, which I talked about earlier. Or convert a conference room into a living break area that is highly integrated. The things that are learned may be useful elsewhere on campus. The example might foster others to participate and develop a culture of creativity and action. So clearly, we are interested on our campus in fostering this philosophy and concept that there is a bigger Internet than just us and the information systems that we approach. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the types of devices that we're already utilizing in our solution approach. These are the types of devices that we already are utilizing now in this Internet of BYU things. Okay, this is step one. We're going to then educate the campus community to the concepts and advantages of machine-to-machine communication. You know, that big circle now. We're going to create a new paradigm for machine connection that is affordable and conducive to the campus community. And then we're going to build proofs of concept that can demonstrate the value of thinking about new types of internet. So hopefully over the next few years, this is the approach we want to take to start fostering this philosophy and concept of the larger internet to the BYU staff and students and others. Okay, so let's take each one of these in a little bit more detail. So identifying existing devices. I just did a little bit of thought last week to try and come up with a list of some things that I think already qualify, and one of them are security cameras, at least connected to distributed DVRs around the campus. I assume you have pretty much the same kind of activity going on your campus. How many cameras do we have? 1,500? There can't be very many spaces left on our campus that doesn't have a camera pointing at it somewhere. But it's growing. The university police want to grow that as fast as they can get funding. They want to add more security cameras to the campus, and for good reason. They feel that if they can twofold. They can see the space and see it after the fact, then they can convict more, I guess, if we got a campus full of felons or anything like that. But the other one is deterrence. The fact is that there's a camera space because it changes people's behavior. Now, that's what they tell me. I don't know if that's true or not, but clearly there's a lot of security cameras going on. I assume that's happening in your campuses as well. You saying that? Just a lot of cameras connecting to the network.
Kelly?
Yeah.
And when I talked to the police too, it wasn't so much they could convict more, it was just protection for themselves and others when someone said, oh, this is what happened. And there was lawsuits and things like that. They could say, oh, let me pull up the video. Oh, this is actually what happened. And then the lawsuit magically disappears.
Yeah, so there was an interesting aspect to this, and I'll be really careful with this. This is a sensitive issue. We had a suicide on our campus. A student committed suicide, and at least that was what it looked like. But the family contested it. They thought that the person could have some kind of foul play, and so luckily we had a camera in place, and it was pretty clear that it's pretty gruesome, but it's pretty clear this person committed suicide. So that's what's driving this kind of activity on our campus, and I'm sure it's happening on yours as well. So I don't know where it's going to stop.
It's clearly driving the proliferation of video surveillance cameras on our campus. So the huge growth, probably 50% of all campus is growth in the halls.
Okay, all right.
For example.
Other experiences? Probably, yes.
I was just going to say, I'm confident when I say that surveillance cameras are the #1 network user in terms of health.
Yeah. In fact, I think I mentioned in this here in a few minutes that there's been this interest in centralizing the storage. And it looked like it was a good deal until somebody finally did a back of envelope observation and said, all right, all these cameras are, about 10 megabits per second, and you add that up, that's 15 gigabits per second all the time, right? Or maybe it's, I don't know what it is, but that's a lot of video traffic coming back to the data center. So we're kind of rethinking that a bit. Okay, traffic control devices. We have, at least on our campus, some license plate recognition cameras that look at every license plate that comes onto the campus, and it reports back, looks up who that is. If they're banned from the campus, the police roll out a truck and go after them. And so there's not a lot of this, but there's traffic control devices. I mean, these are just different kinds of things.
Use it for parking.
Yeah, that's right, for parking control. Smart door locks. How many of you have network-connected door locks on your campus, both wired and wireless? Chad?
We just are doing our first wireless ones right now.
Okay.
Wired, we've had for a while.
Okay, so we're actually building, we're building a bunch of new housing, and so if we're building new buildings, we're putting wired connections in. We're running Cat 5, Cat 6, I guess, I don't know. Cat 6 to the door. For existing facilities, we're putting in wireless, so there's a fair amount of pressure. You count up all the doors on campus, a lot of doors, right? I'm not sure where we'll get there, but I suspect it will continue, right? Other comments on door locks? All right. HVAC systems, both the sensing and control of them. Let's see, here's a little bit more. So this is an interesting one because HVAC generates not only the human to machine, the machine to machine communication, meaning the HVAC system talking back to a controller, but it also generates a new H2M wireless space. Okay? These are technicians utilizing smart devices in mechanical rooms to monitor and control. So now, the HVAC technician wants to go into the mechanical room and have Wi-Fi as good as it is in our classrooms, right? So that they can talk to all of the devices they want to talk to down there. And I guess the other one that I just identify here is power energy management systems, not only monitoring power, but also fuel utilization. That's just, I think, a smattering of the types of devices that I think we will start seeing. These are the ones that I can think of, just that's happening now. We've always used this scenario that every light bulb, every light switch will have its own IP address sometime. That may be true. It's almost true at my house. But. Okay, second, educate the community. So we met with the BYU's Physical Facilities Department and asked them these questions. Todd and I had a meeting with them here a number of weeks ago. And we said, first of all, what are your networking challenges? What roadblocks are facing that they're moving forward? And how can we help them? And they came back with these 4 things. First of all, minimize the monthly recurring charges. So we were charging them, they had an Ethernet jack in a closet, in a mechanical room to hook up a HVAC system. And now that's not necessarily, if you think about the cost of that HVAC system, that's a small part of that cost. But what about the monthly recurring charge on every door lock? Well, clearly there is a disincentive for the use of the network based on what our human-to-human communication paradigm. They wanted to simplify the connection process, provide low-cost wired capacity in their rooms, in their mechanical rooms, and provide simpler wireless capability. We also said, what would they like to do that they're not doing today? Well, they'd like to integrate fire alarms and intrusion alarms. Now, apparently, city ordinances are changing. What once was not allowed, meaning integration of fire alarms, apparently is now happening. I think city ordinances are being modified, at least in Provo. This is what I've such that there's some ability to connect some fire control systems or fire observation and control systems to the network. They'd like to create new sensor-based networks, temperature control, heating and cooling, and they'd like to manage their water resources, sprinkling systems, control water systems in buildings, and so on. Okay.
So Kelly, just
sure.
The fire alarm stuff, we've had conversations with the vendor that provides our fire alarm, it's Notifier. Honeywell, it's a Vision. And they say, because of the, what was it, whatever the governing
NFPA 72.
Yeah, because of that.
Well, I don't think that it's the main fire alert system to the fire department. I think it's their own fire control capability on campus. We have essentially some level. There's still alerts that go to the fire department, but there's some fire alarming that's just
Yeah, wouldn't it be communication back to some central
Yeah.
monitoring facility that monitors where all the fire alarms are?
Yeah.
That's what's started.
So I don't think it's the actual alerting to the fire department. It's this administration of fire alarms, I think is what they're really talking about.
Because you don't actually directly alert to the fire department online, do you? You go through a call center, and they manage the alert to the fire center.
Yeah, that I don't
That's
know.
right,
So.
yeah.
Okay, so here's another one that's interesting. And I need to get my pad here. So I got the 345. I think so. All right, so you'll love this. All right, so here's the BYU mobile app. And students can put this on their iPad, on their smartphone. And one of the things they can do is look at vending machines, right? Here's all the vending machines on campus. If I click on machines, there they are, okay? There's all the vending machines where they're located on campus. If I touch one of them, a little label comes up and tells where they are, okay? So if I look at products, here's all the products that are in them. And, oops, maybe a good there, okay? And so there's a list of products.
Buy your Snicker
Okay.
bar.
So here's let's see, we can go down and we can find, let's see, how about a Gala apple?
Kelly?
Yes. No, that's all right, this is all right. Just quickly. So there's all of the vending machines on campus that have Gala apples in them. If I touch on one of them, it says there's 4 in that one, and the last one was sold 3 days ago. So that means that they're kind of old.
On sale.
All right, here's a better place. So here's one that 5 hours ago was 15. So they've just been restocked.
Go there.
So there's a place to go. So anyway, that looks like a human-to-machine communication application. But it is not, okay? That is human-to-information system. All that data is flowing back to a database, and that app is connecting to the database, and it's all being driven off that environment. Between the database and these vending machines is a proprietary network that controls all of that does all of that activity. So though it appears to be H2M, it really is the database we're interacting to. So vending machines are currently connected via a proprietary network. So it's a serial network for a lot of the machines. Some of it is over Ethernet. And some of the machines still use RS-449. That's daisy chain serial to connect them up. Well, the vending, dining services and the vending department would love to have more control over their devices in a more, conducive way. And so here's a whole raft of machines on campus that need to be connected to the Internet of BYU things. Okay. Okay. So here's the existing connection paradigm. Todd talked about our high-density wireless paradigm, which enables the whole building. Well, the cost to enable that building is $3 a square foot. If we take the paradigm that we're using for human-to-human and human-to-machine communication, that's the cost to put high-density wireless networking in classrooms at that level, and we just can't afford that for the Internet of BYU things. That's just too expensive. So we need to come up with a better way of doing it. Our monthly recurring charge for a gigabit connection is about $11.50 a month, which is actually a great deal compared to Google's pricing. But in any case, it's just too high. Support of our wireless is centrally funded, so there's no sliding scale as density increases. And we're not sure exactly how to fund that into the future. And there are just a few definitions for distinguishing VLANs within buildings. And so these devices we're talking about here are just connected to the general user VLAN, and sometimes they get in the way, right? And sometimes they have needs that's different from regular users. So we need a new connection paradigm. I'm suggesting to Todd and his staff that they look for a much lower cost network. Now, it can be separate. I mean separate as far as the distribution, but it needs to be below 50 cents per square foot. I just saw the heart palpitations.
I briefed them. We knew before we came.
Okay. So we need to be much more price sensitivity on the network that we're putting in for these devices, because in some cases, that cost per square foot is more than the cost of the device that we're hooking up. I think we're going to have to cascade over equipment if it's sufficient. We're replacing a bunch of 100 megabit switches, and we're going to surplus them. So maybe we ought to hold on to them and hook up door locks with them. I don't know. I'm just suggesting that it might mean that we don't get rid of the equipment quite so fast as we have in the past, because they might be able to be cascaded in from the Internet of Humans into the Internet of Things. Okay. And we need to also allow a self-connection model. Now, we suggested, Todd and I suggested to the physical facilities folks that that maybe we could just put a switch in your mechanical room, and you do everything else. Yeah, we'll put a switch in there. We'll monitor it. We'll charge you for that. But if you want to hook up, these guys, they got electricians. They know how to wire up stuff. Maybe we'll just let them wire up the HVAC equipment. And so on, okay? So I think there just needs to be some new thinking about how we do this. And I think we need to probably start pushing the H2X wireless communication into the 5 gigahertz channels. So we have some space to do that with. And then encourage the low-cost devices into 2.4. Now, the reason I say this is because for a lot of these these manufacturers of this low-cost equipment, networking is not their forte. They're looking for the least expensive connection capability possible. And right now in the wireless space, that's a little 2.4 gigahertz chip that costs about 10 cents. Okay? And so, so for a long time, these devices we're going to start buying, these light switch enabled wireless devices, are still going to be 2.4 gigahertz. So if we start pushing the human to X communication into the 5 gigahertz channels, then we can maybe possibly start freeing up some of the 2.4 gigahertz for the Internet of Things. We also need to look for some alternate media for very low cost, short distance applications, such as IP over Bluetooth, Zigbee, and Z-Wave. Now those are just examples. And in fact, a good example is the Hue-Light. Hue-Light is a Z-Wave device. I think it's Z-Wave. And you talk IP all the way to the light bulb. And I thought that was interesting communication. And we bring it all together with IPv6. If we're going to have 500,000 devices on our campus, we don't have enough V4 space for that, right? Even in the 10 dot address space, we consume it because you only can use about 20–30% of the addresses anyway, because of the way we subnet and NAT and so on. So inevitably, in my opinion, this may be the killer app for IPv6, is the Internet of Things. And that's not anything grandiose or new. I think that's what the industry is basically saying. If you start looking at all these devices, then you just well get to IPv6 to do it with. Okay? All right. So here's the proofs of concept then that we're starting to work on. First of all, a network for mechanical rooms. Put a network in the jack in the room, put in a switch, an older switch that the physical facilities technicians can cable to. We'll monitor the switch and the connection, but maybe even install a low-cost access point for their use in that facility, and then charge a low-cost mechanical room connection fee. And we just floated that past them, and I couldn't believe how quickly they took the bait. All right, a network for vending machines is another one. Similar model of mechanical rooms, VLAN structures would be adjusted such that they could isolate the devices from other building communities. And then we need to investigate the appropriate IPv6 routing and firewalls. The last thing we want is hacking on those vending machines, so that someone's got a smartphone app to drop those things out of the gate out of the vending machine into their hands. Okay. We need to look at some of these alternate connection methods for very low-cost sensors. So perhaps sprinkling systems, for example. Maybe there's going to be some kind of an alternate connection method for those devices. How does the IPv6 gateway work for those devices? And here, as I mentioned before, not only is the dilemma of the manufacturers 2.4 gigahertz, the big dilemma is they're not supporting IPv6. Right? They bought their code from somebody else. And so, unfortunately, perhaps the last devices we see enabled with IPv6 are the Internet of Things devices. Right? That's an unfortunate observation at this point, and I hope it turns around. Okay. And the new paradigm for security cameras is other proofs of concept. We've decided that that we need to take a good look at the centralized storage paradigm. That may not be the right model. Is there some way to summarize video? I don't know what that means, but just like we summarize data, can we somehow summarize video? Maybe it's one frame every 2 minutes. I don't know. And when is there enough cameras? So the expected results we expect to see are the following. Much more interest in what the campus internet can do by the campus community as we start thinking about these alternate devices. I take the case in point as the physical facilities department. It wasn't 30 minutes and they were thinking of all the stuff that they could latch onto once we start talking about a new paradigm. We need much more demand for reliability and resilience. Back to the complexity issue a bit. The more complex we get, the less reliable and resilient it often becomes. We can't forget that IPv6 is the norm. At least from our perspective, it's inevitable. We got to move there, and I suggest to you that you do as well. And the campus internet truly becomes the nervous system of the institution. We've talked about that for a long time, but without the Internet of Things, it's not really the nervous system, because a lot of the stuff has got to be autonomic in its control, right? And I think this creates that further evolution towards the Internet of Everything. So questions or comments? What's your perspective on the Internet of Things?
In your mechanical room example, is your older switch, your older AD model, is that kind of considered your new D mark?
It is, yeah. We haven't walked through this very far. You saw it's about 2 weeks old, right? 2 or 3 weeks old. But we're thinking that our support would go to that switch. We'd monitor that switch in the traditional way. It's already been amortized, so there's not anything we have to do to recover. We'll always have a steady stream of replacements, right? If we have this cascading activity, we'll always have a switches we can put in this place. But the goal is that here's this chunk of 15 or 20 ports. By the way, those that are X with red, don't plug into them because they don't work.
Those are high voltage.
And have at it. Hook up that HVAC system. And we need IPv6 probably in Slack mode to run that kind of environment. We just can't deal with the administration of addresses for all those devices. Chad?
I would say after doing HVAC for over a decade, you wouldn't want to do what you're doing, and instead have a managed switch down to each port, to each jack. Because what ends up happening is the vendor comes out and they say it's their network, and you want to be able to get right onto that switch, right onto that port, see if there's a link light or not, see if you can ping it or not.
Okay,
it's almost always a gateway misconfiguration.
These are still managed switches, right? These are switches we took off our edge.
I'm saying don't do that. You want management to the port with these types of devices.
We will have that. These are old switches we are today managing to the port.
Okay.
Cisco 2900s.
Right. Yeah, we're going through this mass replacement of 100 megabit switches by gigabit switches.
Yeah.
So here's these switches that are perfectly good 100 megabit. They just don't do H2N stuff because humans are too greedy now. Yes.
So what about putting like building critical systems and life systems, elevator phones and things like that on 8-year-old switches? How do you? I mean, if you talk to them, they have to be the most current, best supported, best never going to fail switches.
Yeah. I think that is a psychological problem that we have to deal with. We don't have a good answer to that question.
You can still buy 100 meg switches. I mean, you can still buy new managed 100 meg. I mean, no door control. I can't believe any of your connections to your door controller to almost anything is actually connecting at a gig. Most of those devices don't even come with a
That's right. That's right.
So you're down
and they might
speeding.
So we're probably exchanging data at less than 10 meg. Right?
Yeah.
Other comments? Yes.
Right. So what about the Internet of Nothing? What happens when I apply? This would be a long time ago. When I apply to BYU and you just send me an Oculus Rift and say you don't even have to come to campus. Just
yeah, that's happening in BYU. They've got a program there called Pathways that is doing that very thing, actually.
I mean, so are we building up to a gigantic crescendo and then it just drops off?
I don't know.
Or are you not going to worry about that?
That's Todd's problem. That's Michelle's problem. Other comments? Especially from your campus. Yeah, but, you know, in this, we're looking for different ideas. So share your ideas. You have 5 minutes. Yes.
On the security camera front, we've gotten the police to agree to a standard, and they say they won't. Because one of the problems we've had was people setting up their own DVRs, and then they go back to the police and say, gee, we sure like you to monitor. The police have now agreed with us that they will only work if it's on this central system, and it has to integrate there, which has started to centralize behavior. We're paying for the cost of the central storage by distributing it back to the departments. So how much storage they want to buy, how far out it goes, whether they record motion-only traffic or full streams. And that way it shifts that decision away from IT to each of the units, depending on what type of traffic and how far they go, and the funding model is set so that we can expand storage to keep up with that. It's kind of how we're working the camera issue for what it's worth.
I don't want to minimize what Chad has said. You know, Chad, if there's anyone in Westnet that has been in the refiner's fire of experience, it's Chad. And you know, I think that's a good point. That it's really easy for someone to blame the network when the problem is not well understood.
That can be applied with cameras too, any subsystem.
That's been our problem, is I joke with my group sometimes that 50% of our time is just spent disproving bad theories. Having a non-working device and non-working board.
But again, this is just an idea. We're not doing this yet, Chad, until you have it.
So just thinking about your comment about the network not being the nervous system until the Internet of Things is accommodated, I kind of think that the network is the nervous system, and that if you put anything and everything on the network, then you're perhaps just increasing the odds of one of those things taking you out.
Yeah, so let me explain that, qualify this a little bit more. And it's only because of the biological analogy here, that our nervous systems do things that we are involved in, like I can read and interact with you. It also does all of the things that I'm not involved in, like controlling my breathing. That's the autonomic part of it, right? And I think that's why I used the comment was is that there's all this autonomic stuff happening in our institutions that right now is done either standalone or on proprietary networks. And somehow I think that's got to be integrated. That's the point of that, I guess.
Okay, yeah, so that makes sense in that context.
Any other comments?
Well, so in regards to your comment, I mean, a lot of these systems are built to be standalone in addition to being network connected. So your door automation typically has a retention period of the last load. So even if you lose network connectivity, it'll remember every pin that was allowed to go into it. A lot of cameras can actually store some on board, and if they lose connectivity, they'll store it for 20 minutes and keep override 20 minutes until they make connectivity again, and they'll go back down. I mean, you do have the problem of today. Yeah, if we lose the network in the main admin building, everybody just wants to go home because they say, without my computer, I can't do any work. I might as well go home. A lot of these systems, especially on the machine side, are built to be autonomous. No, not autonomous. Autonomous. That word. I mean, to where even if the network drops out, they still function for a period of time.
Do you have a
Well, I guess the other thing I was going to mention is we work a lot with our facilities group in terms of managing critical systems, like the systems automation and we've discovered that, they're pretty good at automating HVAC or whatever, but they're not really good at managing servers. And the system is not managed from a security perspective. And the more we find out about it, the more it's clear that it would be not that hard to implement some sort of denial of service and make all the buildings go hot or cold or remember the opposite of what you want.
Yeah.
And so that's another element that I think needs to be factored into this whole decision about how you're going to do it.
Especially your observation that maybe they need to manage parts of this system, right? The device is on the front end, but the information systems are behind, probably still have to be IT responsibility.
Or some kind of partnership that works, yeah.
Good. All right, anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Yes.
Bloom.
Let's see how it goes here. Had a request.
Everybody's leaving.
I'm scared. Break. 2-minute break. What are we doing here?
Since I don't think I had to lie. Better.
I don't think that. Just do second screen. Play the whole second screen.
Yeah, I just duped him.
All right.
Now I'm stuck in some black screen thing. Oh, there we go. Hello.
You screen share.
Alex. Oh, thanks. I can see on my email. My 03 was, I think, the first one I presented at. Before that, I was shy.
I remember Dave was pretty quiet.
You've been shy before, Dave?
Yeah, it's possible.
This is it.
Oh, I didn't start, did I? Oh. Hold, please.
Oh, there's there.
Ooh, what? Really? Oh.
It's already doing the second screen.
We're good?
Yeah.
Should we wait for people? No. Okay. So we're trying to not be too doomish, but there's so much material out there. But I did find one thing that I liked specifically for myself. If anybody's a cat lover, you'll understand this slide. Right? Is that true or what? All right. Okay. So we're going to start with trends to watch for 2014. Thanks for coming back. Please make sure your phone is on silence. 2013 was a bad year. 2014 is actually looking quite different as far as hacks go. Some of the biggest things we saw last year aren't going to happen to us this year. That's my prediction. Okay? And that can be taken pretty broadly. So this trend list is a conglomerated list of Symantec, PC World, Sophos, whatever those security guys are. That give you the big posters. Sans, yeah, those guys. Yeah, we don't listen to them very much, but anyway, so this is a top 10 list of things that hit their charts. So this is not Dave Packham preaching anti-cloud, right? But their number one point was we have a lot of data in the cloud. Define cloud, where is cloud? And you ask a hacker why he wants to hack, black hat, you ask him what he wants to hack, and he wants the money. They're all about money. And right now, where is our money? It's our data. And where's our data? Right?
companies are going big time into the cloud. And they have data that costs a lot of money, or could be a lot of money, into the cloud. And we've seen a couple of people over the year who have stolen some data and moved to foreign countries and published books and brought stuff back. We're going to talk about that person later. And that's just sort of opened up our eyes to a couple things, right? Which I think was his point of view. So as much as I want to read everything he has in those laptops, I do and I don't, because it could be really cool. Some of the stuff, like their SSL bypassing and things like that, was like genius. But then it's like, ugh. Okay, APTs, okay? Persistent threats, advanced persistent threats. You know, you Google this, and you'll see 10 videos on how to bring up a website that you use Backtracker for, a little bootable CD. You bring up a website, you do a man-in-the-middle injection on something, you prompt somebody for credentials, and you've just compromised their browser if they're not patched or if they're running Windows XP. And you install something on their machine and you let it just slow spin. These little advanced persistent threats that are just slow and sitting in the background. Android malware. Sorry, if you own 73% of the market, you're going to get nailed, right? But if you look at it, those Android malwares are all on devices that have been rooted or have third-party markets installed them. Okay? A couple of them even snuck into the Amazon market. So if you have a Google phone with Google Market on it and you download reputable apps, then you're fine. If you're my daughter and you have every teen app there is possible, and she wonders why her phone dies in like 2 hours.
She always accepts all the terms and conditions.
Yes. Yeah, and you know, so that's a great playground. I just grab my daughter's phone and play with it for a while and learn a lot of stuff. Malware is getting much more specific. It's getting diversified. It's getting pinpointed to the market that it's going to. You know, gone are the days of one drive-by shooting gets everybody. Okay, they're actually going for pinpoints. Okay, personal data. How much personal data do we have in our pocket? You know, we got Google Wallet, we got Facebook, we got Google Plus, we got Splat. We got a lot of data in our pockets. Okay, malware is moving up to 64-bit. Why not? You know, more processing power. It's also a world that newer developers don't understand well. So it's outside of the learning curve of a lot of people. I mean, you get some of these old iron guys who've been writing 64-bit code forever, but they don't write code for Windows. So it's a difference. And Windows is still the primary target. And if we have to talk about Windows XP, I mean, I have a whole couple slides on that. Hardware, infrastructure, software at the core, software-defined networking, as cool as it sounds to me. Wow, it's cool in two different parts of the world. You know, it's cool because it's got a lot of functionality, but then as a hacker, software-defined networking is like, oh, you know, I can make my packets do this and not do that, what they want me to do. Anyways, so persistent threats, APTs, they came onto the circuit about 2003. One of them was called IceFog, and it was targeting South Korea and Japan. And they sustained these advanced persistent threats for years on these machines, going so slow and in the background that no one noticed it. Okay, antivirus vendors, right over the top of it. They hit a target, they do one little pinpoint thing, and they do something well. They don't go for the whole department. Okay, and Mac OS. There's even a couple for those. Mac
What
OS.
does APT stand for?
Advanced Persistent Threat. Slow scans, but this is a slow app on the back. The problem is we've enabled hackers to hack so many machines because we have the people problem that they can do this kind of slow space stuff, right? If you can comp 50,000 machines, put out 50,000 APTs, and have data just trickle in, You can be well fed for years if you need to. Okay? Zorro, for example, is another good example of a nice threat. Okay? They published a report, Kaspersky Labs published a report about it. And the whole campaign for Zorro, the ugly mask, was designed to pull data out of targets, passwords, information about how to get into a secure department. Again, their targets were government agencies, embassies, energy companies, research institutions, private firms. And then Kaspersky, published a whole list of people who were hacked, which gave you pretty much a backdoor list of companies you go work on, right? So it's a double-edged sword. Stuff gathered. Why would you want encryption keys? Think nosebleed, heartbleed, nosebleed. Yeah, think nosebleed. Think heartbleed. That beautiful little SSL hack that allows you to download SSH keys or SSL keys in memory. VPN configuration files that we, unfortunately, some of us post on our web servers. SSH keys, RDP files. Does everybody know how Edward Snowden collected his data? I actually interestingly enough, I sat on a flight. I sat next to a guy who worked in the research group that found out what he did and how he hacked it, and he told me a couple of things. Okay, so do you guys have somebody who's using Snowden tactics who works for you? Okay, Snowden used a couple of things, like, for example, as such, sound like one of, no, I don't want to. Oh, bad joke. What was I going to say? Snowden, yeah, Edward Snowden, that guy. So he was a contractor, and what he had was credentials to walk around and say, hey, I don't have access to this machine, Alex, but I've got this little thing that says I can use your credentials to get my work done, because your government entity doesn't want to issue me credentials. I can use yours. So I'm going to sit down at your terminal with you and do this research or this X, Y, Z I'm supposed to be doing, right? Well, Snowden stuck a little USB stick in, started running scripts. Alex sort of glazed over and said, okay, I'm going to go check Facebook. He started running little scripts that grabbed host.allows, SSH key files, looking at host files to see what transitive trusts there were. He started a couple background processes to look for docs. And the background processes would take the docs, zip them up, break them into little 512K chunks with a GPG signature on them, and send them out slow to a host site that he hosted. Would any IDS catch a 512K packet that's GPG encrypted? No. It's just a normal packet. Looks like a ping, well, really big ping, but a ping. And that's how he gathered most of his data. He would just go machine to machine to machine to machine. He'd go home at night, log into his account, look at all the files, rearrange all the files. He had just tons of documents that he would scrape off of these people, right? So where in our practices do we allow students access to our core network, right? I hired 2 students, programmers, had them start writing scripts, and it took me 6 months before I felt comfortable in giving them Exchange admin privileges, right? One of them was writing a spam remover script where you could type in a subject and type in the sender or star dot some subject, and it would remove all the spam and stuff like that. And I just had these nightmares that he would, screw something up and just go, bzzz, hey, how come this is taking a long time to delete 30 terabytes? Oh, crap. Okay. So I love students. These guys are rock stars now. They have full admin privileges. I think I've beat them over the head enough times to say, don't do anything dumb. We have a test environment to do dumb things in. You have home to do dumb things in. Just don't do them here, right? So who in our organizations are Snowden juniors? and maybe they're not trying to steal NSA information, right? So, since 2013, the tide's sort of changed. We've had a 91% increase in targeted attack campaigns. Okay, the widespread spam. Everybody's got to buy this blue pill. Didn't work. Okay, 62% increase in the number of breaches just since last year. That's a lot. Okay, over 552 million identities were exposed via breaches. And then, like Target, they didn't tell us for how many weeks? 6, 8 weeks? Right. And then I get a Microsoft Premier field engineer who came to do our Microsoft service thing. He's like, oh yeah, I was their Hyper-V designer at Target. And I'm like, dude, you don't want to say that. Don't bring up Target at all.
The eBay one was even worse, a few months before eBay.
Yeah, yeah. 23 zero-day vulnerabilities discovered and released. You know, that's a big jump from last year. And then 38% of all mobile users experienced some kind of mobile cybercrime in the past. So you think about the people in this room. The first 2 rows, you guys have been compromised. You may not even know it, right? You might want to check.
Yeah.
Okay. Spam, this is an interesting one. Spam dropped by 66%. A couple of years ago, our iron reports used to hit 90%, 98%, 97 percentile drop. You know, out of 16 million emails a day, 98% of it was just nuked, right? We're down in the 70s now. Are filters getting worse, or are spammers getting more intelligent and slow spamming stuff? Okay. Next, 1 in 329 emails contain a phishing attack. That means there's about 1,000 phishing attacks in my inbox, and probably everyone else's. Okay. Here's a new term for you: snowshoe spamming. Okay. We see this more and more often. The spammer in the past has usually stolen credentials, comped a box somewhere, and started just blasting spam. Okay? And in the past, a flow collector used to fire up and say, hey, this, SMTP port connections, blah. Okay? They're getting smart. They're using SMTP pipelining, which uses a whole single, you can send 100 mails in one flow, so those kind of things are dying. But the spammers are also changing their IP address. They're getting a machine, a Linux box, a Windows box, or whatever box, comping it, changing their IP addresses. And they're doing it slow. So hence the snowshoe point of view. If you get 50,000 machines that are walking very gently on the snow, sending you spam, they're almost impossible to track. Okay? It's noxious. It's a pain. Okay? We are currently having an issue with spam and phish. And, Hammer works really well. I wish we could teach more users to smack their computers. So what's our current issue? Okay, and I'm guessing everybody else is in the same boat. A week ago, last Tuesday, we received this great looking email. Looked like my group sent it out. Hey, your inbox, you're welcome to the new campus mail. Okay, click here to upgrade. Okay, this person actually compromised some account on the U, logged into a person's email account, went and looked for consistent little headers. We put brackets U of U on all of our spam, all of our distributed mail, that we send out to students. Looked for a couple of those, changed the URLs underneath, and resent something out, saying, hey, if you missed this catalog now for the Utah Museum of Natural Health, here's your second chance. Go for it again. Okay? They click on it, they compromise. I showed you last time that they grab our CAS login page, they host it somewhere else. They figured out that our default password for all users is our birth date in numerics, 010101. if you're really old. And they use that kind of information. Users click right through. So what can we do? The end game for them, unfortunately, was to log in the day before payroll and change your direct deposit. Okay? And then, since they were logged into your email account, they would delete the notification that you got from the payroll department saying your deposit just changed. So what was our first thing we could do? Well, turn off the way to change your payroll deposit. You know, sort of sucks, but until we have two-factor authentication, you can't do anything about it. Can we throttle them? Oh, and this compromised machine also sent out 500,000 emails in about 15, 20 minutes, which is quicker than we could catch it, and Comcast blacklisted us. Fortunately, we were only blacklisted for about 5 hours. We called Comcast and they said, hey, do you own the domain? We said, yeah. And they said, prove it. We said, why, how? Put a text record in your DNS. We'll query it, and that proves you own the domain, blah, blah, blah. Back and forth. Okay, you're cool. We'll unblock you, right? But how do you stop people from clicking on those mails? Anybody? Anybody got a great?
We used our dean as a poster child because he did it and got involved in the payroll direct deposit scam and lost $9,000 that we couldn't recover.
Yeah.
And
So
3 people got hit with that, and so we start leveraging that, saying, look, this was a dean of a technical discipline, a really smart person with a doctorate, and he lost it all. And people really started freaking out. We had people coming to us saying, what can I do? What can I do? Don't. Really having something close to home panics people.
Yeah.
Not just stuff that happens back east. It was here, and to a dean, and to a smart guy.
Yep. We usually have about 2 weeks after an attack to get something done.
Yeah.
Right now. Corberto right now, CIO Corberto, interim CIO Corberto is in our chief business officer's office talking to him about said spam right now. So.
I don't have an answer, but I'll tell you this. Students don't click on those links, only faculty and staff.
And
the students know.
Because the students don't use emailing.
Well, and another thing we did find a correlation with the accounts that were changed and the payroll that they made. So UtahRightToKnow.org, everybody here has a website that publishes your salary, right? They were going to that salary, grabbing the names and saying, okay, who do I hit first?
Yeah.
Kyle Whittingham? Yeah. Okay, we won't name any names or anything, but.
He probably gets about 7,000 spam or phishing attempts a day.
Yeah. Yep. So, wow. Apparently my space bar was out of service at that time. Who was using two-factor authentication?
That was like a password.
Hoosening. It's a new term. It was created here today. Copyright. So is anybody using any kind of form of two-factor auth or 1.5-factor auth?
Different kind. 3 different kinds. Yeah.
3-factor auth?
No, there's 3 different systems.
So everybody's got a
Google, RSA, SafeBlue, different systems that use different two-factor.
Okay. Who else is doing two-factor? Bob?
Yeah, we're using dual communication.
Dual?
Yeah.
To cover what systems?
It's just, it's just for our VPN. But you can use it for some other things, but we haven't done that part with it. On VPN, anything that requires, the stuff we really want to restrict with force two-factor authentication.
Yep.
We will be doing on all our admin accounts because the Utah System of Higher Education system does an assessment where we each contribute members from our schools to go to each other's school and hack.
Yep.
They got our domain admin credentials, and we weren't using on some of the biggest things two-factor. And so, again, local failure, everybody panics and finally moving to it.
Yep. So, good. If anybody comes up with a solution, let me know. Okay. How many websites do we all run on campus? Hundreds? Probably? I think our count of spun up LAMP servers was around 680, right, on campus.
We have more web servers than faculty and staff. Verified.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at webcams, the responses, web servers, put that up, and everybody's like, what? Yeah.
Okay, so you like this next slide.
It's out of control.
Okay. 1 in 8 websites are compromised.
Yeah, there you go.
So if you're at a 2 to 1 on your websites to faculty and staff, you're already up at a 1 to 4. So just every 4th web server, get rid of. Okay. Are you Heartbleed free on campus? Has every implementation on all those servers been fixed?
Or like our classroom cameras, the Cisco Tanberg stuff, it's Heartbleed vulnerabilities like crazy.
Yeah. Our disk storage had Heartbleed on it, and I'm like, what?
Firmware.
It's a fiber channel. How do you Heartbleed over fire? Okay. Do you think Heartbleed's the last one? As long as you can connect to a web server that was written by a human, it can be undone by an equally talented human, right? So we got Spynet going around. Spynet? Skynet. There we go. Get my terms correct here. Okay. What kind of information do they want? It used to be social security number, blah, blah, blah. You can sort of get socials out there anywhere. People don't use them for school identification anymore, but they used to. So there's lists floating. People want real names. What is the name on my credit card? Well, it's David K. Packham. It's not Dave. Okay? They want my birth date for some reason. They want some kind of government ID, home address, medical records.
What's that birthday again?
I hit 50. Okay.
Dave had a big birthday this year.
I did. I hit 50 again. Yep, thank you.
What day was that?
May. Cinco de Mayo, I don't know, whatever.
I can tell you.
11. My birthday was.
If you were my Facebook friend, you'd know. Seriously, dude.
And if your dog, his dog is friends.
Yeah.
Well, now I am your Facebook friend, and I know you were in May, and
Okay.
Mr. 50, I got what I need.
And now you know my name, yeah. Fortunately, there's nothing in my bank account, so knock yourself out. I'm not at the Kyle Whittingham level. Go to Utah right to work now. So social media attacks, okay? Speaking of Darryl and Facebook, okay? Fake offerings. I don't know how many of those stupid things I'm going to go through anymore. I got to a point where I just unclick and unlike people. Like, I have no idea who you are. Where'd you come from? Click, bye. See ya. Okay? But, fake apps, comment jacking, manual sharing, like jacking. People have figured out how to put HTML to a like button that's hosted on their web server inside their message, so you click on the like button because you can't figure out which like button to use, the real one or the fake one. Anyways, so social media makes me feel good. There's no place like home. Okay, phishing stats. This is an interesting one. Compared to 1 in 1858 messages, it's down to 1.44. That's like a floppy disk. So we're on a steady decline of the fish, right? But why are we on a steady decline of the fish?
Because they're targeted.
Because they're more targeted, they're more smart, right? They're coming up with things like our own email and using it against us and being much more capable of using it. Okay? South Africa, highest rate. There's some prince over there that needs you to transfer money. It's a problem. Agriculture, forestry, fishing, most targeted industry. Probably because they're not tech savvy, I would guess. 1 in every 800 emails was a fish, targeted at them. Get credentials. They probably have access to the CIA database, I don't know. So, IPv6, we've heard a lot about that today. BYU's rolled it out, right? Did that fix everything?
So far.
So far? Okay.
Haven't had a priority one incident since we rolled it out.
Haven't had a priority one incident yet? Probably because we can't even see the packets as you're going across the wire, right?
Just rolled out at 11.
Only 11:30.
Oh, 11:30, all right. Cool. Well, yeah, so I enabled IPv6 on my Comcast router, right? Looked at my firewall, and all of a sudden there was a stream of stuff coming in and out of my firewall, and I'm going, what? And the tools are almost there, not quite. So what do you do with IPv6, right? Okay, does everybody have a computer in front of them? Have you ever done this? This is the best use of IPv6 yet. If you open up a DOS box, command prompt, and you type in telnet to towel.blinkennets.nl, you will see the entire movie of Star Wars in ASCII animation right now. If you're on IPv6 network and you have an ANSI-capable terminal, it will show it in color with the extended scenes that they put into the second round of the movie. Seriously. No sound. You got to think that all up in your head. Dialogue is there, yeah. But it's cool seeing the little stormtrooper and R2-D2 walking around. Yeah.
Yeah, just come out that stream.
Yeah. I'll be watching this one.
It's a good way to test bandwidth. I'll leave it up for just a second. A couple nerds in the audience going for it here. Okay. So we got some good things out there. At least we feel like they're good things because we like to feel good, right? We tell that to ourselves every day we drive into work, that we're going to do something good today. Google's adding end-to-end encryption on their systems. There will be a plugin for Gmail in Chrome that will allow you to encrypt all your Gmail messages and all your data on Google's systems for the entire time it's inside of Google's hierarchy and infrastructure. They're published to code, so everybody can read it, everybody can download it, everybody can audit it, right? There's lots of good options out there to secure data. There's lots of good free software out there to secure data. Vendors have really good stories that make them money, okay? When you're sitting there talking to a vendor, don't think that they're selling you a great product. They're trying to make money. It's your job to figure out if it's a great product or not. So there's a couple people out there really shady. Okay, full disk encryption. Okay, who does full disk encryption? That's it? Oh, I got to put more slides in about that. You guys don't have some kind of requirements to do full disk encryptions on any of your PCI systems or anything like that?
On our subset of systems.
Okay.
We have a requirement, but nobody does it.
Yeah. So I think our two guys are encrypted, right?
Is file vault full disk?
Yeah.
Oh, well then yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was full disk. I thought it was just the user directory.
Or user directory? Might be, but if you were, yeah.
I'm just using file vault. I'll look that up if that's full disk.
Yeah. We have a semantic push out of some product that they bought and told us it was secure, so we bought it. And we also said you can use BitLocker or TrueCrypt, right? But does encryption work, right? And I sort of mashed this one up for us to get the message going. Thanks to Mr. Snowden, okay, he leaked some documents. He leaked quite a few documents that were really good reads. Yes?
File vault is full disk encryption.
Cool. All right. I thought you wanted to go back there. Okay. So yeah, so you can actually see the NSA building right from this window, by the way. Right down straight that way. So Mr. Snowden, the cool dork that he is, leaked all these documents and pretty much told us that every large vendor out there has a backdoor to everything they do encryption-wise. Okay? Microsoft, Apple, Intel, everybody said, yeah, okay, I got 6,000 requests last year to decrypt a BitLocker drive. Excuse me? I thought BitLocker was impermeable. You know, I thought the Apple disk encryption was impermeable, that no one could get into it. Nope. Nope. Big companies are falling over. You know, RSA had a couple problems there for a while. And one popular open source product called TrueCrypt, you know, was a big player for a while, and then they sort of disappeared. You guys know that? TrueCrypt all of a sudden posted on their website, hey, we're out, see you, bye. And everybody's like, wait, what? An open source encryption protocol, software is downloadable, and they're saying it's insecure and you're screwed if you use encryption. Okay? Interesting thing is that these guys, we don't know who wrote TrueCrypt. They were anonymous. They set up a website. All these people wrote TrueCrypt. You know, who? Conspiracy theories abound. Who was it? Don't know. But they planned this because for months they've been writing a version 7.2 of their TrueCrypt that they put up on their website several months before this and said, hey, here's a new upgrade, download it. Oh, by the way, after you download it, your entire hard drive is read-only now. You can just take data off. So you can't use TrueCrypt anymore. Okay? So what happened? They, the TrueCrypt authors, whoever they were, blame Windows XP. The exact same day that Windows XP went out of service was the day that TrueCrypt stopped working. TrueCrypt took down their website, deleted their source code repository, deleted everything, right? A month before that, the company said, hey, we're going to spend a bunch of effort and we're going to go through TrueCrypt's code and make sure it's all legit and everything. And TrueCrypt's like, yeah, cool, whatever. And now they're all gone. And they put on their website, because Windows XP is gone and didn't have encryption, that's the whole reason we existed. Now with Vista, great operating system, and 7 and 8 and 9 and everything else, everybody has BitLocker built in, so go ahead and use it. Don't mind what Snowden says about it not being worth it. Okay? Now we got these Windows XP machines. Hopefully nobody in this room is running Windows XP, but I guarantee you there's Windows XP machines back at our campuses. I know struggling departments that have 25, 30 machines that can't afford Windows 7. And then you go talk to them and say, oh, but by the way, it's a site license, you don't have to pay anything for it. Like, oh, we still can't afford it. So enter a rash of new spams and phishing attacks. My parents have already got one of these. Hey, if you're running Windows XP, which you are, and they're not, they're running 7, because I installed it, you need to click here because Microsoft has stopped patching everything and we're a reputable company and we're going to start putting out patches for XP for you. Well, when you're 80, that makes sense, right? When you're faculty or staff or a doctor and you're just too dang busy, it might also make sense. So we've got to help these people understand this kind of thing. There's also people saying, hey, go ahead and put in this registry key and you can use the Windows XP embedded or the Windows 2003 patches, which they're still doing, and they'll still work on XP. Probably a bad move. Okay? Yeah, I just talked about all that. Okay, bots. Bots are sort of an old word. Apparently we have a dental office in the back room now. Oh. Having flashbacks. On my job. Okay. Really? Who is that? Is that my fan? So bots are now using things like Tor. Everybody knows what Tor is. It's a distributed web server anonymizer, right? The dark nets are going even darker, and that's still growing louder. Can we find Tor users? No. You know, I several times, you know, I have a little Tor button that turns Tor on and off on my laptop when I want to, you know, go to the ISO web page and mess with them for a while. My security guys, I turn Tor on and then I hit them for a while. And they always come up and say, hey, are you doing something to our website? Because you're coming from all over the world. It's like, what? Apparently this slide is blank. This one's out of order. But yeah, so since 2004, the identities were never talked about. All the security experts out there were left sort of stunned, slack jaw. And then this is what I talked about, Mr. Snowden's releases of information. So it brings into my head, so triple DES, RSA, you know, all these encryption technologies. How were the NSA so easily allowed to just sniff those technologies? You know, we got all these encryption experts out there saying, yeah, triple DES is the way to go. It's bulletproof and nothing's ever going to break it. But then Snowden releases a document saying, hey, you know, the NSA can just type in a little secret key and detach this. You know, they were the ones that sort of got RSA in a problem because they were talking to RSA saying, hey, use this cipher generation or the seed generation algorithm. Don't use the one you wrote. Use this one because it generates a random seed, right, that we understand how to generate, but you don't. Okay? And the cloud. So, I dragged this off of, I think this was off of Sofo's website. And they're making the push to say, hey, make sure that the information you have in the cloud is stuff that you want out there. Make sure the information that you don't know is in the cloud is stuff you don't want out there, right? How many people have Dropbox accounts? How many people bought a laptop that had OneDrive or whatever they want to call it this week accounts, right? Or Moxie or Box or 100 other file services, right? And which one are you syncing with which? You know, you log into Windows 8, you type in Microsoft Windows credentials, and all of a sudden you have a Live account, and all of a sudden you have a OneDrive account, you start installing Office products and documents, and it's all in your OneDrive. Okay, well that's, who knows where that is, right? Are you sure you want to put that OneDrive stuff out there? Okay? Okay, targets. Why are we targeting again small to medium businesses instead of enterprises? And oh, by the way, education fits in the SMB block, right? Probably because we don't have
low-hanging fruit, right?
Low-hanging fruit. We have a bunch of uneducated users, right? Like CEOs, right? No, not CEOs. That's Eric. Eric's a CEO. Deans. Yeah, there we go. Nothing against CEOs. CIOs. But the risk of being hacked in an SMB or in an EDU is on the up. They don't want to go for big corporations. They want to go for research documents that are sitting out there on less secure devices and possibly, you know, accessible through research DMZs that don't go through the firewalls and the filters and et cetera, et cetera. We have the same thing. It's like, okay, we just, you know, we're protecting this, but not these guys, because they go really fast. It's like, okay, all your data can be stolen really fast. Okay? And bots are on the decline. No big, because bots really didn't work. That was back when they played whack-a-mole with sledgehammers and tried to get everybody to install a bot. They figured out that targeted spearfish attacks are a lot better. Email virus rate in 2013 was 1 in 200, and down now, you know, was a lot higher, 1 in 300. Same with fish. It's going down because they're more targeted. Total breaches, that's a lot of identities. It's a lot of identities. I mean, I'm pretty sure me and my wife are out there on somebody's list, just waiting. And, you know, maybe we're not on, I know my wife went shopping at Target between that period that we shouldn't have, but they knew, okay? Do I watch like a hawk my credit card payment thing? Yeah, well, I did for a while, but it's sort of getting boring, seeing how much money is going out and not coming in. So I sort of glaze over on that thing. But 6 months from now, credit card number will still be the same. So it's a little scary. Here's an interesting word to ponder. This is more of a Kelly McDonald slide. These are the top used words in spam and hacks. And if you look at those words, those are words that draw emotion out of an IT person or out of a person who's almost an IT person that uses a computer. Okay? Invoice, evidence, USA, treaty, G2O, declassified, payments. Sheep? You see sheep? Sheep. Okay, sheep. I'm sure sheep's in there too, but anyway, so what do, right? I like this slide. You know, we all watch The Office, and we all cringe because we work with these people. So, Wired magazine last year came out with a whole entire episode. I watch too much Bachelorette, actually, in my house. Kill the password. How do we get rid of it? You know, the string of random characters doesn't work anymore. You know, everybody.
Change it to null, they're going to hack it anyways.
NULL.
No, just
blank.
null.
Quote, quote.
Null.
Oh, okay, blank.
There's no way to type it, so.
Oh, there is. You can hit all 329 or something like that.
Yeah.
All 321's a hard space.
SD0.
Yeah, back in the day. So what do we do? How do we kill the password? Feelers?
Two-factor authentication.
Feeler? Doctor?
Three-dimensional facial recognition.
Three-dimensional facial recognition. Yep. BYU is already scanning your license plate, looking for Utah logos and rolling the cops.
So they have to know your own campus, you just drove in.
Right? So, you know, everybody talks about this passwordless future. Two-factor authentication. You know, even 1.5-factor authentication like PayPal, you log in, type in your password, it sends you a text message with a 6-digit number that you can't remember for the next 5 minutes. You got to type it in.
Apple's doing fingerprint sensor like mad, just open up their API.
Yep. Fingerprint sensors, gummy bear sensors. Yep. Android's got one, gummy bear sensor too. So they're all coming out. Static passwords. I had this slide in the last Doom and Gloom deck. I think I saw Kelly write down and send an email off to somebody last time. So are they all gone? They can't be gone because our hospital has. Do you guys know the app that they call Password Vault? Manage Engine. There's a password vault. So we have systems that have static passwords that you can't do the same thing as a user in user space, so you have to have the root password. So you have to go to this app and check it out, and then you can copy and paste it in and then put it back in. There are static passwords, right? Find them, please. Get rid of them if you can, because the slow scan people, the snowshoe people, the Snowdens in your infrastructure, will figure this out. So back to the trends. Now that we're all excited and pumped up to do security. Corporate and personal data in the cloud, again. Advanced persistent slow threats. Android malware. You know, check phones on your campus for being rooted, sideloaded apps. Okay? Make sure important people aren't doing that kind of thing. Malware is going to be sneaky. Personal data on your phones, what do you have? doctors, I see doctors snapping pictures on their phones of patients, customers, and doing things like that. I had one doctor call me who was having problems with his iPad, wouldn't connect to mail, but he couldn't debug it today because his kid had it at school. Kid knows the password lock to get in, but I'm sure he's not looking at all the x-rays I took. Why would my kid look at those? Because they're gross and they make girls go, "Woo!" Okay? And hacking everything. The Internet of everything. Everything's connected. Okay, I know Alex and I were thinking the same. When you were looking for Gala apples, I was thinking, okay, there's got to be a way to munge that URL to pop one of those apples out. And you could just sit there from your phone and go, hey, watch this.
You'll use the REST API to do that.
Yeah. It's a bag of applesauce in its own natural covering. So, good note, lightning talks are tomorrow. Guys, send me an email about your lightning talk. For any of the new guys, it's a requirement. At least I say it's a requirement. We just want to know something about you, who you are, what you do. We may have a visitor joining us tomorrow morning, maybe, I'm hoping, that will come in, and Anita's going to give one of the lightning talks, and she's going to bring a visitor with her. I won't spoil it for you.
Remind us what the guidelines are for lightning talks.
Guidelines? I didn't know there were any.
Well, that's...
Yeah, 5 minutes of something you find interesting that's politically correct enough to put a slide up on the show. All right? And there we go. Thank you very much.
You're between us and the.
Yeah, I know.
Between us and the fish.
So do you want?
I can make this pretty quick. I'm actually not going to do a PowerPoint.
No power.
No.